Wherever in the world you are, hope you're all doing well today. So, today is release about an hour from now for those of you who are currently pressing the button trying to log in. It's scheduled for about an hour. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter. It's my experience on these. And but there's a lot of changes in here. I mean, a ton of changes in here. And so I figured that we would go over all of this before the servers come up and then, take it from there. So anyway, I do want to say
welcome to the Dragons.
Welcome to the Dragons, Herson. While I'm a business partner with Novaquark, that on this kind of stuff, especially, the interpretation is my own, and I give you my feelings straight, whether I like it or don't like it, and it has nothing to do whether or not I have my belief in the company, and because I believe that this game has a potential for greatness. It's good right now. It has a potential to be great. And in the business world, if you know that the term great is a really, really high bar to reach. And a lot of games, a lot of companies do not reach greatness. They get good, but they don't reach greatness. So anyway, there's also some things in here that I don't understand. I don't know what they are. And I am on comms. And so if you have information on stuff, you can pop in and add to whatever we got going on in here, and then we're just gonna take it from there. So I figure from the amount of stuff that's here, it'll probably take us an hour to go through, maybe longer, maybe not. We'll see. So this is release 0.23, and I don't know if when they get up to 1.0, if that is considered full launch or not. If this is the numbers that they started at the beginning, we have a long way to go. I think they plan to release before that. So, and this release coming out this month, probably there will not be any other releases this month, nothing except for some small bug fixes. Because of the holidays and everything, the timeline probably just would not allow for it. So let's go through these, start talking about these, and see where we end up. So new features: shipbuilding, canopies win. How about now? Well, this is a bad foot to start off on. What are canopies? I actually don't know what a canopy is in a ship. So, that's, we'll come back around to that if we figure it out. So, I know what a canopy is, is that like a cover? So, does this mean we can have convertible ships? Just push a button, top goes down? Mm-hmm. We're talking about triangle windows. Oh. So triangle windows are called canopies? All right. Well then. So be it. All right. In industry, we've got added schematic items. Oh, by the way, yes, recipes are now called schematics. So this is a big change in industry, and in fact, when we get into the game, I have character. I built together a big ass factory for making large containers and everything, and you guys saw me building some of this on beforehand. I never finished it, and I actually got it up to building about 90 containers in a 24-hour period. And so anyway, I don't know how many we'll see. It's probably all jammed up and the thing's full because I don't know. I cleared it out last night, but we'll see. And so let's see here. So the schematic items, it's going to be an item that you purchase at an NPC off a bot on the market. And the schematics are starting at a low price range and going up high. I do not know how high they go. So one of the things that when this was announced, one of the first things that happened was that warp cores sold out. Not warp cells, warp cores sold out on the market, and they all of a sudden became very, very difficult to get. And probably because writing was on the wall that those are going to be very costly to create now. And so this is going to be a barrier to these mega factories, and I think that that'll be a good thing. My wife and I were talking about it, and we were even talking about like all these ships that she builds. Like, I'm probably not going to want to buy blueprints anymore. Or if I do, I'm going to want to buy the ship from the creator and ask for a one-off blueprint so that I can, replace it if I lose it. And we're going to talk about core loss coming up here too. That's going to be a big deal. It's going to be actually very difficult to recover a ship after some of these changes. So anyway, we're going to have to specialize, and we're going to have to think in terms of us all working together. And so that is something that as a group like our Dragons Assembly org, that if we are manufacturing things, maybe we should all be manufacturing different things and then making them available on the market closest to us. And so that way we have a really good amount of selection on Jago, which will benefit all of us because we're going to be buying and selling to each other, but also to the other residents of the planet and at other locations as well. But primarily, our main group that's on Jago. And he said it cost 1.5 billion to get the largest mega factory back up. No, that's not what he said. He said it would be 150 billion, I believe, to get largest factory up, because the largest factory is enormous, like 7,000 pieces of equipment working. So, I actually think that he said it was a lot bigger than that. So I could be wrong, but 1.5 billion for 7,000 pieces is not very much. If that's the case, then we're all going to have our full factories here in a couple of months. So I don't think that's I don't think that is going to be a thing. So Blazemonger has a canopy glass. All right. So, and he said 150 billion. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. So I know that sounds just incredible, but 150 billion is a lot better place, and I don't know how this is gonna work out. All right. So industry units now have an internal schematic bank for storing item schematics. An active schematic item must be present in the industry unit to craft that item. Schematic items are available for purchase in the markets. So previously what we did is we chose a recipe, and then that recipe became what we were doing with the machine. Now, from the looks of it, we will grab a schematic, and we're going to put it in the little schematic slot in it, and then that's what it's going to produce. So, and Dami says we're both wrong. It wasn't 1.5 billion. It wasn't 150 billion. He said 15,000 or 1,500 billion. Yes. So, yeah. So, okay. So, and Coz, is there a free user account? No, there is no free play in this, but it's cheap. $21 for 3 months. So, all right. Dispenser contents are now previewed before confirming batch purchase. Items can be inspected in this preview, but in particular blueprints. This tells me two things. One is that we're probably going to stop the scams. And so the scams are where they sell you a screw and tell you that you're getting, 1,000 units of fuel or, whatever. And, or this, great scrap or whatnot. And so that is going to be a thing of the past because we'll be able to see now what it is that we're actually getting for our purchase from those. That is awesome. And now they mentioned blueprints in here, which may mean that we are now able to deliver blueprints through those items as well, which is very, very important because this will allow you to have a ship for sale on your property and a dispenser right there that has the whole thing. And so you don't even have to be there. I mean, it's great customer service to be there to talk to your customer who's buying a ship and everything. But you just walk up to the dispenser, I want that ship. You grab it, you got it, you build it, you're gone. So that also may be a thing for those of you who are selling ships and everything. Make sure that people have deployment rights on your property because it could be a problem otherwise. They could be too heavy. They could have brought a container out to them that they put on top of their ship, and it's just a little tiny thing, and then they can't deploy this other ship. Yeah, they have to get it back to market. Oh, man. So, anyway, make sure that people can deploy blueprints on your property if you're going to set that up. So, or maybe NQ even thought ahead on that, and one that's purchased from you automatically is allowed to deploy on your property. Probably not, but, All right. Improvements. Organization tiles on the map can now be visualized separately via drop-down menu in My Tiles. Personal tiles display in green, while your organization displays in blue. And you hit 55 months and didn't get anything in honor. There was no bark, Grecker. I didn't see anything. Was there a bark? I didn't see it. Maybe it hasn't. Did you hit the button saying to announce it? Let's see here. So we're going to be able to see the tiles better. Now, hopefully, when nothing popped up, maybe you need to refresh. So, and then it'll pop up. So, anyway, I hope that in some way this means that we can actually see where our territory units are in the map, because please mute my Discord. Oh, are you guys hearing that? All right, let me just turn the volume down on it. It's on a TV, and it's a different one. Yeah, there's quite a discussion going on over here. I've got devs in my ear over here too. So, all right.
Everyone's definitely riled up.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me get pissed off. Woohoo! Yes. So, yeah. Okay. Hey Pan, nice to see you. Speaking of devs in the ear, there's Pan. Yes. And so, all right. So hopefully there's something in the map for this. I don't know if there is, but I really think that it's something that we should ask for if this doesn't appear in here. to be able to see where your territory units are, because if you're like me, I don't know where the hell they are. I've lost track of them. So, and it's because I've placed so many of them. So, players can now view map scanner results directly from their inventory by clicking the corresponding tile when the scanner results from inventory is chosen. So I'm looking at this. One concern I have: does this mean that my 1,000 scan results that I've done with a particular character, that I have to keep that in my inventory in order to see that? We'll have to see what this is and everything, because that could get really messy. But it's a step in the right direction. So tell the devs we want mining ships. Yes, maybe we'll get that when asteroids come out. Yeah, I don't know. There is talk about mining bots or assistants, and so they're working on some of that stuff for the future, but I don't know exactly what it's going to be yet. So activating the highlight frontiers on the map option in the graphics settings allows you to visualize frontiers between groups of similarly colored tiles, helping to better understand the extent of orgs' territories. This option is making the map display a bit slower, so it is recommended for high-end PCs only, and it's disabled by default. All right, we're gonna have to play with that when that comes up. I wanna know what that is. Can I edit this document? All right, so yes, and let's just put some stars there next to things that we want to actually look at in the game once the game comes up, because I think it'll be good to have, this is all talking about visualization, it'll be good to visualize that so that we know what it is that that we're really looking at. So
good morning.
Hey Blazemonger, how's it going, buddy?
Yeah, good. Yeah, but for me the interesting one actually about the scanner results. My question there would be, will we see an indication of which tiles we have in our inventory, or is that going to be a puzzle? That's going to be interesting.
That's a really good question, because this is one thing that I really struggle with, is knowing what tiles I've scanned. And if that means that I have to keep all of those blueprints in my nano pack or in my ship or whatnot, which would be better in the nano pack because they don't go away on death, whereas in your ship you could lose them all. If they were colored differently, man, that would be just huge. So someone made a website in an attempt to help track these, but it's very hard to use. And so they made a good first step in trying to track all of these, but it's very difficult to use. So all right, well, we're gonna have to find that out, and we will be able to test that today on the show. So various art changes, additions and fixes. Fixed the Atmo vertical booster L VFX direction. I don't know, was it shooting up into the ship or something?
I think it went sideways, even though it was pointed down sometimes.
Oh yeah. Now I remember seeing that, actually, now that you say that. Yeah. Added space blueprint icon. What do we think a space blueprint is? A space station blueprint?
Yeah, space core, I would assume.
Oh. So, fixed gate M contact surface issue. Okay, I don't know that I ever ran into that, but it's good that it's fixed. Fixed elevator ring glass being white. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be white. Set sit position instead of lay down in the middle of benches. What, we can't take a nap anymore? Nap on the couch while watching TV? Let's see here. The bed asset has been resized to better fit human anatomy, as Novians are not 20-foot giants. Well, I guess I don't understand that one, because the beds that I've made in the game and placed down were the proper size. So...
Hope we all get cots now.
My feet are going to hang off. That's what's going to happen. That's what happens to me anyway. I tell you, I was in Europe and going through some of these little villages in Germany and staying in pubs and stuff like that. And I tell you, more than half the time, my feet hung off the end of the beds. They were just so small. I'm really tall too, so, probably has something to do with it. All right, in the settings, environment and dynamic shadows will now take effect without restarting the client. All right, that's an improvement. It'd be nice if everything worked that way, but that was probably just something that was easy to do. We're all trying to get new, get the best performance out of it, and you have to restart every time. There's some other performance stuff in here, by the way, and I'm excited about that. But we'll get to that. Let's see. Settings, environment, dynamic. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I already read that one. So added new element variations up to Tier 4 and Tier 5 for weapons, engines, and radars. Ooh.
I'm so excited to see what that means.
Yeah. It doesn't really tell you what it means other than there's going to be new versions available. I imagine
hope what it means is more powerful elements that,
right.
Means less walls. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's also probably going to be, the schematics are probably going to be a lot more expensive, like crazy expensive, and it's probably going to take a lot more resources to make them.
True.
And then we're also going to have to think now, and we're going to get to this, about disposable ships. Because in some cases now, you're going to walk away from a wreck. Because you just don't have the ability to do anything with it. And so, is there a link to this summary? No, sorry, this is a document that I have. There is in the Discord, the official Discord, there is a release notes group, and it's in there across about 5 or 6 posts. So,
yeah, it's posted now. You can go through it. You know what
they
my
put it on
concern
the
with
board.
that is?
Okay, good.
Is that the tier thing? It's like, I don't think we're getting power systems right now. I didn't see it in the patch notes. So if they give us more powerful elements, does that mean that ships are going to, for a time, get even more ridiculous, than they are now? It doesn't seem like that's what they want, but
I don't know. We're gonna have to play with this and see, and so maybe, I'll star this one to take a look. So when the servers are up, we'll take a look at the markets and see if we can see in there what these other tiers are, and glean some information from
Tier 4 and Tier 5 elements to be extremely expensive, and it will be quite some time before we start seeing those.
Well, yeah, we may not see them for sale, but we should be able to look them up in the market and at least have it tell us that there's none available, and that have that little drop down with some information.
Exactly.
So, added honeycomb materials for the following products: duralumin, grade 5 titanium alloy, iconol, magalloy, maraging steel, sial, selenium, stainless steel, and ali. So, Garrick, you may be most interested in this. This may produce some stuff that is both high HP, but also might be very good looking.
Well, I'm going to tell you something right now, and I hope NQ is listening. If there is not a solid purple in one of those new ones, there's going to be riots.
I second that. Oh,
so
yes.
So it looks like they're doing all the products except the glasses then?
Yeah, I don't know. I assume that there's even going to be more later and stuff. So, yeah, we're just going to have to see. But that's a big creative item right there that's added. I mean, it's just blocks, but the visuals on it could really give us some fun stuff to play with. And then also, what are the schematics going to cost on these? They could be outrageous.
Well, I thought they hinted at that during the interview, saying something along the lines that like the honeycomb recipes weren't going to be outrageous because they want people to be able to build. But I could be wrong.
Well, yeah, we'll have to see, because I actually think that it would be really great if some of them were outrageous and it really, really, you buy just enough that you need off the market. And so, I don't know. You know, it's going to be very important to be near a market for some things.
Yeah, I know the guys at the BSC warehouse are probably excited about specialization, because I know at times it's been tough to sell quantities of honeycombs because it was so easy to deal with before, like on a personal level.
Yeah.
So that could potentially be really good for some of these people that have already
I
tried
got to
to
mute
specialize.
my mic for just a second.
You're not muted.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
It sounds so official on the air.
All right, they got me on hold. I have the oh man, they have this great music. It's so distracting. Actually, it's not music.
Imagine getting a DMCA strike off of hold tunes from your phone.
Oh my god, no. So anyway, yeah, we Tropical Storm Eta caused a bunch of water to come in, and we had problems from that. Good. All right, sorry about that. I had to take that call. So it looks like they're tearing apart my house on the 15th. So that's going to be fun. Woohoo! A Tuesday. It's probably going to kill the show on Tuesday. All right. So, okay. Now, let's get back to what we were doing. Garrick, what were you saying? Purple?
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just saying it'd be awesome if we got a purple or a couple other colors that there just aren't solid colors in would be cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see some new patterns too that could apply themselves well to corners and curves.
Yeah,
You know,
I've tried out a
and
couple recently that turned out okay, and I've definitely seen a few people use them quite well, but it's difficult.
hmm yeah. So okay. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got the new variations of the tier 4, up to tier 4 and tier 5 weapons, engines, and radars. And and I think there's more in here about radars coming up here in these change notes.
Yes, the ability to see far out being based on size.
Yes, hello Shams. Yeah, so we'll get to that. We'll do these in order here. So industries shows error upon industry unit starting error. Industries shows error message upon industry unit starting error. I feel like that's an errored statement. It runs us in an errored loop.
It would make sense if giving an error message when there's an error is itself an error.
Yeah.
Well, they already do that,
it
so
used-
I'm wondering what
it-
they mean. If you get like a pop-up, or if it's just like in addition.
It'll probably be on the unit itself. There will be like a light or something like that, I would assume. We'll see. but-
Oh, yeah. A light would be nice. A blaring
Yeah.
screech, not so nice. Yes, give me my mute button on the extra large assemblies, please. Because I have extra large noise. That's actually coming in 0.24. Not a mute button, but that is being fixed in 0.24. Talents required for use now appears as impacting talents in Inspector. So, I don't know what an inspector is.
Just when you inspect like a recipe, you know, it'll say like required talents.
Okay. So, and I don't know if it talks about it in here, but I also understand that there's been a little bit of change in some of the talent queues or stuff. So maybe we'll get to that. Gameplay balancing changes. Bots. Market bots are now limited to buy orders of Tier 1 ore and sell orders for basic Tier 1 elements and fuel everywhere. I guess that I'm a little confused because I thought that this was already fixed. Were market bots buying stuff other than Tier 1 ore in other
yes.
locations?
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
I
A
mean,
lot of
that's
people
why-
were making their money from voxels.
But that's not ore.
specifically
Now, if you
specifically
build,
steel
if,
honeycomb.
yeah, if you maxed out your talents on steel honeycomb and you just turned ore into steel honeycomb, you could sell that at massive profits, like massive.
Oh, I should have gotten in on that.
Yeah, you should.
It's
Too
a
late
tad
now.
exploitative.
That's what drove the ore prices up originally on things like hematite. That's why it got way up into the like 37 plus range, because it was still profitable, but it was killing the market on most other products. So it's
Yeah.
really good that they're doing this. It's a good change.
All right. So,
Apparently, the same thing happened in the alpha.
yes. And at the beginning of beta, and I thought it was fixed, and then apparently it wasn't. So, because I do know people that made billions right off the bat. So,
Yes.
all right. Now they have to do it like the rest of us scum. Oh, wait, we're not scum. So, all right. Schematic items are sold differently on different planets to encourage traveling to get the most rare variants. All T1 schematics are available on Alioth, however. So, this, you guys who are making shuttles and selling them, cheap warp shuttles, you're about to sell a lot more of them. because people are going to need to just run to go get a blueprint or a schematic, and they're going to want to do it as cheap as possible. So also with that said, there's going to be the marketplace ability that you're going to be able to, from remote planets, buy these schematics that are not available on Alioth and take them to the markets there on Alioth and make profit on it. So
if you can sell them.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to be able to trade them after purchase. That'd be cool.
That's the question. I'm
wait,
expecting that.
is there
they
any
will not be
items that you
sellable.
cannot trade?
Blueprints, and they are data items like blueprints. So I'm afraid that they will not be sellable. They should be.
Why can't
Because
you
it's-
sell a blueprint?
On the market,
Well,
he
you can-
means.
on the
You can't
market.
put
Oh, on the
you can.
market. Oh, well, okay. So
Well, we'll see.
if it requires a player transaction, it won't do it on the marketplace. Then we're going to see a bunch of dispensers everywhere.
Yeah, there will be walls of dispensers with the higher tier ones, but it would be much better if it would just go through the market. If you want to start the economy,
Right.
this is something that will start the economy.
Yeah. Well, the economy can take place outside of the markets, but it will certainly have an easier time of it
Yeah.
if you're able to do it through the market. So
Warp
because
cells
otherwise,
might. Oh,
otherwise
sorry.
what we're going to have is walls of dispensers, like you say, and they'll be like, how many dispensers can we fit into a small core and park at the market?
Yeah. Just as the player base are going to get a big reason to have to go to the markets are going to be spammed even more. That'll be bad.
Oh, yeah, it'll be good. You say it'll be bad.
I hope they can be sold. Because it will
Yeah.
be great. It will be great for. I mean, it's the same as in Eve with skill books. It's exactly the same thing. So that will be good. Will be really good.
Yeah, and if we can put buy orders up for them as well. So if they aren't, now here's what I don't know. When you buy a schematic and you put it into an industry thing, and you're done making the item, can you pull that schematic back out?
Yes.
I hope so, because that would create massive size factories for each different thing if you couldn't pull out the pieces. But then that schematic, if it's an item and it's not considered used at that point, then I don't see why you couldn't resell it. So, yeah. Well, we're going to have to see. So, okay, important. Elements now have limited restoration attempts using scrap before being permanently broken and requiring a new element to be replaced with. So elements, most elements can be restored 3 times. And so this is something that is going to be really a source of pain for a lot of people. Because like last week, I broke 4 engines and a bunch of wings just while moving using the move tool a ship. That stuff just all exploded, and so if that kind of stuff happens and I'm using up my fixes on it, I'm going to be very disappointed. I'm going to be disappointed if I crash and it's my fault, but then it's my fault. If I end up with a disconnect or something like that and I crash because of that, it may not be Novaquark's fault for the disconnect, but it also puts me in a bad situation because then I've used one of the restorations. And so if we only have so many restorations, does it then become, if your element has, say, 1,000 health points and it has 999 left, do you leave it broken until it
No.
breaks completely, or do you repair it?
So I'm not sure if this is accurate. What I've heard is that the count for repair only kicks in when it's broke, so when it's red, and needs to be restored before repair. So if you're repairing something yellow, I don't think that that'll count. The
You know
other,
what? It does use the word restoration in here. So
the other important point on what you've just raised is something Neris referred to in the interview with JC Bailey. And when you're talking about my own fault versus the game's fault, when they were talking about the issue of the spacecraft, aircraft continuing their velocity after you Alt F4 and you get back in the seat, JC said something along the lines of, yes, there are going to be disconnects. Yes, there's going to be crashes that causes people to lose ships, to crash their ships. But we think that they're going to be rare enough to be able to be dealt with using the ticketing and support system.
Oh my.
Now that has been coming under fire from the community. Obviously, we all know that. But Neris did specifically say that Nova Corp do hear those complaints, do hear the frustration, understand the frustration, recognize that the team needs more investment, and they are making that investment. So I'm hoping that they've put the support team in place so that if BS like that, like the move tool hitting an invisible voxel and blowing up half your elements, do take place, that moving forward the support system can actually help with things like that. And so the repairing will literally be genuine repairing.
Can you imagine the ticket though? Like engine 17, 27, 37, and 52 all blew up while I was using the move tool, as well as wings, 1, 15, 17, 25, whatever. And will you please remove one repair off of that because it was a mistake?
Well, I filled out stranger insurance reports in my life, to be honest. But yes.
But this isn't insurance. This is a video game.
I feel bad for their support people, to be honest. Like, they're catching so much
they're
flack.
putting in a lot of work.
And, like, it's all because of players abusing the system in the first place. Like, we brought that on ourselves by, begging for faulty help. I mean, a lot of people were doing that, just slamming their ships and then going, oh, I crashed and it's the server's fault. Yeah.
And those are hard. See, it takes so much time to investigate those too. And that's why they would just fix it. So I do know that they have hired more customer service staff and everything, and they've had time on many of them that they are trained now, and it, but it's been trial by fire this whole time. They're not caught up on tickets yet.
Yeah, 85%.
They're not caught up to a point to where they're like, okay, every ticket that's left over requires a specialized person, or it's waiting on a particular fix or something like that. I don't think they're at that point yet. So it's concerning because it may just add more customer service load to them.
Yes.
But if they think they can do it, then fine. I also respect the need to push forward, continually pushing forward, even when it's painful, to make this stuff happen. Because that is the only way we're going to get to the goals, is by continually pushing forward, even though it's painful sometimes. So,
and another important line right from the end of that interview, when JC was talking about their priority list and what's coming when, he made that point very strongly, that we will have bug fixes, but there are a certain level of bugs that make them a priority. Are they game breaking or things along those lines? But all the little bugs, they are coming right at the end of the development process because of the need, the impetus to drive forward with content. Without content, the game will die, and no one wants that to happen.
True. We gotta have. It can't be just always bug fixes for month after month after month, even though that is the logical thing to do. In the development that I've always done, I've always demanded fixes before features, and that has to be. But I have never been providing entertainment. I've always been providing service, and I think in entertainment that people have a higher expectation of being entertained.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I must say, Mark, in all honesty, prior to beta, obviously due to NDA, I can't really explain what or how, but NQ did fix a number of major issues in the game, and spent a good bit of time doing so. So there was definitely a period where they did actually do that prior to beta. And now they're starting to add more things, which will cause more issues. But you need to get those things in and then take time to fix them again. So in their process, I kind of understand. Do we agree with the way they're doing it? That's up for debate, but the way they chose to do it, I think that makes sense.
Well, given the time constraints and specifically the budget constraints, I don't see that they had any other choice than to do it this way. And
Speaking of budget, they really should be charging twice as much a month, and then they can hire twice as many people. I don't know. That's my thinking, because the game is worth being on par with that other stuff. $7 a month is too cheap. Sorry, didn't mean to sidetrack us there.
No, but you're right, and it would give them a lot more air than they have at the moment.
Yeah. So they would lose a few people, but they would make more.
Well, there are people like you and I with like 14 accounts, and we would still pay.
Yep. I don't have 14. You have 14 accounts?
No, I've got 5. My wife wouldn't let me get the 6th.
Oh, okay.
Again, it comes back to the support issue. Given that they have to develop the way that they're developing now, the primary issue I heard on streams and in comments and so on was the support. I think people are tolerant of a lot of things given the nature of the game and the fact that everyone was upfront about it. Nothing was hidden. You weren't told that you were buying a full game. No one was under any illusions coming in. But if the support system and the community team are up to scratch, people are more willing to put up with things that otherwise they wouldn't be able or willing to put up with. MMO players of a certain age, and I count myself in that group, we've seen bad development, and this doesn't look like that. But I certainly, yes,
this is good development with a lot of hurdles.
Communication is key. And companies that don't communicate, they just set a fire and on the forums and stuff. These guys talk to us a lot, so
yeah, they do. They do, and they're very upfront about a lot of things. I can tell you just from my internal experience of dealing with them, and we encountered something that was pretty bad in our business relationship with an error that happened, and it really I mean, it's all solved now and everything, but at the time it made NovaQuark look kind of bad, and we were like going, what the hell? But when we were working with them on fixing it, and we're like, well, how do we word this to the customer? Their response was, tell them the 100% truth. And so that right there told me that honesty was more important than perception of whether they were right or wrong or whatever. And that was huge to me as a point of, I can throw my support behind that 100%. Because it's honest. It wasn't what the customer wanted to hear, but it was 100% honest, and that I love. So,
well, with lawyer hat on, I worry. I definitely worry about companies like that get thrown around, unfortunately, and very desperate to see NovaQuark succeed and for this game to succeed. Especially given exactly what you've just described, and other evidence that we've seen all over the place of similar ethos.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Certainly deserve at least a bit more support from even those that are growing impatient.
Yeah. Well, not everybody sees it that way.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Not everybody has the experience of having lived through Ultima Online time warps. And stuff like that, going back to the Star Wars Galaxies days and stuff. And I remember sometimes in Ultima Online, we lost an entire day of progress because some error happened and they had to restore the server to the prior day. And they only did backups once a day because they couldn't do it more often.
Marky, you remember the time when CCP put out a patch and there was a bug that caused the entire universe to
the Dragons.
Inside the Citadel.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
That happened.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah, that was real funny. There's still an article out there somewhere, but the entire New Eden universe ended up inside your Citadel.
Pan says boot I. Pan is formerly the community manager of EVE Online, if people don't know. She pioneered things like the Council for Stellar Management and other things like that. And the boot I thing was horrible because it deleted everybody's boot I. And if you guys don't know, if you delete that file in Windows, Windows no longer boots. And so the game basically bricked everybody's machines and they had to reload the OS.
That
was
to be deliberate.
Windows 95 or XP at the time?
It was a while ago. Yeah, it was probably 95 or XP, something like that.
Yeah,
but,
I think it was 95 actually, because obviously boot.ini is no longer there, but yeah.
Yeah. Talk about mess ups. Woo-wee! But somehow they lived through it, and in many ways I compare this game to EVE Online for one reason. EVE Online has greatness. And I see the potential in Dual Universe here to achieve that same level of greatness. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. So all right, let's continue on. Let's continue on here. So most elements can be restored 3 times. Item and fuel containers can be restored 5 times. Now, if you didn't see JC's interview talking about this, what he said was that item and fuel containers, if it goes boom the 5th time and you can't restore it again, you lose everything. You lose all of its contents. And so for containers, that could be a very, very bad thing. And so you're going to want to pay attention to that. And I'm assuming that when we look at our items, they're going to tell us how many restores are left. And all right. Core units can no longer be restored using scrap at all. So let me repeat that. Core units can no longer be restored using scrap at all. And so, I don't know what happens to them. Do they just disappear? Because otherwise we're going to be littered everywhere with people having taken the voxels and elements off of their cores and just leaving the cores out in the middle of the desert.
I think you can replace it with another core. That's how you repair it now.
Yes, but when you are salvaging things and you're flying along and you're looking for ships that have crashed to go salvage, you're not going to replace the core to get the core if all you were doing was taking all the elements and voxels or honeycomb.
Ooh.
So we could end up with quite a bit of litter out there, and it could make it insane for trying to find actual wrecks.
What I want to know is, can the core be destroyed in a PvE crash? Like, is somebody going to crash their ship at market and be pounced on by scavengers that just rip their shit apart, like, instantly? Like, that sounds terrible. Like, what was like, that's awful.
Well,
we're going to play this game called Piranha.
Also, if you're consistent, if you need to replace a core when you can't restore it, that should mean that you also lose your RDMS and that you become the creator of the construct because you put in a new core. If the old core is lost, that data should no longer be there. Probably something that NQ is going to work around.
So recovery operations would probably just carry a core of each type.
Yeah.
And you should have an extra core for your ship. But where do you put it? I mean, like, you can't keep it in your nano because if you die and have to res, it'll be gone. Right? Because that's supposedly what happens, is that all your shit disappears except for blueprints and scans. And so, but if you put it into a container on the ship, then I would assume you can repair the container with scrap in order to get to that other core to replace the core.
But the current mechanic is you can't use anything on the ship till the core's fixed.
Well,
So then how would
that's
you
not
even
that's not
get the
true.
core
That's not
out
true
of the
because
container?
you can have a door that is broken, and you can repair it so that you can open the door so you can get to the core. I guess we're going to have to see on this.
We're just gonna have to blow up a ship when we get in.
Oh,
Yeah,
are you offering?
To try this.
Don't worry, I'll make more.
I think your semi's still parked at my place, so just throw it off the roof. It's fine.
Oh gosh, yeah, it is still parked at your place. Yeah, I'm waiting for my sky house, and then I'll be moving it, which I'm probably getting this week.
Oh, it's alright.
Yeah, it's a good-looking ship, so I'm sure you don't mind it, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, reskin of the loading screen and notifications. Here we are. This is the new screen here. It's not a huge reskin, but it does have some checkboxes in it. Some more checkboxes. It had just one checkbox in it previously. Now it has regular timed missions added by Nova Quark, such as shipwreck salvaging, vault break-ins, and puzzles. Improved construct ownership and trading options to better protect the ownership of sold constructs, and then the ability to preview the contents of dispensers, and then also better Lua functionality and privacy management. So maybe we'll see in some more details on that in this log here. All right, supposedly the servers come up in just a couple of minutes. I don't know if that's really going to happen, but we'll see. Okay, so revamped Codex UI. What is the Codex? Silence. Crickets.
Oh, it's that thing with the revamped UI.
Oh,
the F1
great.
key.
It's the that like encyclopedia thing. You can like
Okay.
it's like in-game documentation.
I have never, ever looked at it. Maybe that's why I didn't know. All right. So, yes, confirmations, F1 key. All right. So, industry-related elements will now require specific talent to use. What? And activate. These talents can be accessed under the industry section and are called proficiency talents, split into 3 talent groups: industry, assembly, and refinery. Each industry unit type, assemblies of all sizes, chemicals, scrappers, etc., will have its associated talent, and talent levels will allow you to use an element type of that level. i.e., Chemical Industry Proficiency 3 will allow you to use Chemical Industries Tier 1 through Tier 3. All right, so this is another level of skills, and so you can't just have any character turn the shit on now. The character turning stuff on must have the skills to turn it on, and so that's going to be very interesting. It's another reason to have shuttles, and so many of you probably only have one account. I have multiple accounts, and so like I have a character that is dedicated to industry, but I have industry going on at 3 or 4 different locations. And so he's going to have to be the one to move around to start those machines and stuff. It's going to be a lot of warp cells. So it's going to be interesting.
They really want us to specialize.
Yes, which I don't think is like a cash grab at all, but that's, some people will perceive it that way. You know, I already was treating it this way, and that's why I have 7 accounts. So,
But I think actually that, I mean, yes, I mean, but most of your industry that you have at different locations is low tier industry.
correct.
So your general characters would have tier 1 or maybe tier 2 trained for that, and they'll be fine. It's the higher tier stuff that you will have a specialized character for.
Right.
First
So I may
tier-
just train tier 1 on all of my characters.
Yeah, and the tier 1 and 2 will probably be a fairly short train, unless they obviously make them dependent on other higher levels, like we have in even some cases. But I would expect the basic tier 1 and tier 2 industry to train pretty quickly. So it's really it's a gate, but it's not some. I'm actually not against this at all. I think it's a good idea.
So
I think
if
that
you remember the JC interview as well, he did say a basic industry, even with 100,000 daily reward in money, you can get going straight away. He said, like that same day. So I'm guessing the basic industry won't take long at all to train.
yeah. Well, and I saw something that said that in the stuff that you're doing in tutorials, you won't have to stop and train before you can do the tutorial as well. So, all right. Full DRM protection for constructs created from blueprints, including blueprint creation, Lua edit access, screen unit edit access, and voxel copy and paste restriction. Ooh, we just rebuilt a ship that was on the market originally, and we spent over a month trying to get a hold of its creator, and finally we just said, screw it, we're going to rebuild it in our, as best we can. And we used some copy and paste on that. But now that's a thing of the past, it looks like. So,
And that's exciting for people like me, though. Like, we'll be able to protect our efforts, I guess.
Yeah. So, so no copying and pasting of your stuff. Unless it's done by you. So, is this on PS4? No, PC only. All right. Let's see. Introduction of DRM flag for construct sets on core units and other one per core unit to override the DRM protection. Editable only by the creator or by a legate of the creator organization. Ooh. So, I guess it means that if your item is owned by an org, when you make a blueprint of it, then legates in the org can edit that, as opposed to owning it personally when you make the blueprint, and then it's only you?
That makes sense, yeah.
All right. More reasons to have legates, but there needs to be more work in that area, most definitely, because, I hate the democracy that we have in our organizations, on a side note there. I really think it should be a dictatorship.
Yeah, voting is silly.
It's a pain in the ass, especially
It should be
when
optional.
I'm making a bunch of my guys legates, because in my own personal org they can't do certain things, and so I make them a legate to be able to do those things. And then whenever I want to add another legate or I want to make any change, they'll have to vote. And so I now have to log into 4 accounts in order to do a vote.
Yeah, it should be something you can opt into when you create the org.
Yes, or a vote to change it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Something like that would be good. Good idea, actually.
Yeah.
Alpan is taking notes because there's some good ideas here.
Yeah. Well, I think that a lot of these things that we pop up with and say are things that they're actually already aware of as well. I think that if Nova Quark is doing a really good job, all of the staff is playing the game. In my opinion, any staff member that is not playing the game, all the way down to the janitor, should be playing the game at least a couple hours a week, because that is the only way that they will see what we are dealing with and run into those things. There's a very famous case. Let's see, weekly internal play sessions. NQPan says. All right, there's a very famous case of a game called Auto Assault, and this game had a really big budget, and what it turned out to be was that most of the devs were not playing the game. And since they weren't playing the game, they had no concept of certain things that were happening, and the game turned out to be boring, and it flopped. So, oh wait, Pan, were you there? She says, "Are you going to bring that up in front of my face? You know I can hear you, right?" So, Pan, were you part of that? I mean, is it game? You were community manager on Auto Assault, so she knows painfully well. She knows painfully well exactly what I'm talking about. So she can confirm that it didn't go well. Oh, Pan, I had no idea. I forgot that you worked on that. Man, yeah, well, you know.
Good cough.
You know.
Wasn't there that thing with EVE Online where the developers were finally allowed to play the game, and so they made a press release saying finally there will be no more bugs as all work will cease, given that all our developers can now play the game?
Yeah, so they can openly play the game in EVE. Previously, it was not allowed to be known. You had to be in the closet, basically. So your character that you played with other people had to be not associated at all and not known at all with that you were a dev. And in EVE, much of the time to get into a good corporation or organization there, you have to get on comms and talk to people. Well, those people at CCP who have very distinct voices and ways of talking and everything immediately got recognized, you know? And so it was interesting. Anyway, yeah. So they're able to play now, and I don't see any negative side effects from it, although that clamped down originally because a GM started spawning ships for people or something like that.
Oh dear. Well,
yeah, in their corp. It was something like that. It was,
Yeah.
I don't know.
As long
I'm
as
sure
they play
Pan
on
would
the
know.
live service, because they need to have the live experience, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Human nature is what it is.
yeah, and if I were a dev playing on the live servers, I wouldn't want anybody to know I was a dev. I wouldn't want anybody to treat me differently. So
Well, you don't play on a development account. I mean, that's that simple. Use the standard client, right? No problem.
oh my God, Pan says, I thought we were friends. You're bringing up all the bad memories today. Sorry,
You
Pan.
need a Snickers bar.
Oh, gee. Yeah, okay. So, we won't even get into that one on the air. So,
Holy crap! Yes, indeed.
yeah. Okay, so we got the full DRM protection, so that'll be very interesting. So you'll end up buying like screens and stuff that already have all the Lua in them, and then you won't want to erase that because you'll be buying it from its creator and installing it, and so we'll have to see how that works, because you won't be able to use it in blueprints if it has the stuff in it, or maybe you will now. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to see. So, all right. Gameplay. Info buttons can now be bound to current waypoints, allowing for interactive shareability. What does that mean?
You can press a button and you get a destination marker on your HUD.
And we can share them.
Yeah, so you have a button, which I would expect you have a button, you load a position into that. You have somebody who has access to the button, you press the button, and you get the information. So you can tell people, go to my base, press this button, you know where I am.
All right. Okay.
That's what I would expect. That would make sense.
Yeah. Well, we'll do that. So 30-minute delay on maintenance. Well, it's a good thing because we haven't finished going through all this stuff yet. No, I mean, I wish the servers were up, but I actually was prepared for that. I figured that we would be still talking about this a half hour into the servers being up, but, it works. Okay, so gameplay waypoints can now be set from clipboard using Alt-P. But isn't it Alt-P is what you use to make a blueprint? Or is that Control-P?
No, it's just P. But they're
Oh, it's
removing
just
that
P.
also.
Oh, okay.
Because there's so many types of blueprints. You'll get to it later.
Yeah, okay. Gameplay, play a favorite emote using Control dash whatever. Emotes can be set as... We didn't finish the sentence there. All right. Light unit colors can be modified using right-click or Lua. More details below. So...
That's our colored lights for Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I was going to say, just in time for the Christmas tree.
Yes. So I did hear about a legal thing with that, where on our ships that it must be a green light in front and a red light in back.
No, that's left and right.
Oh, I'm bullshitting all of you, of course. So, yeah. Can I tell you how many times I got pulled over because my headlights were the wrong color on my Hummer? Yeah, it was probably
really?
5 or 6 times. Yeah, I got pulled over. They were tinted pink, and I got pulled over many times for that, and I got ticketed a few times. But it wasn't like an insurance type violation. It was just like, here, pay $30 for your fine, you know. So, and I kept the same headlights for quite a while.
I would really like to see a blinking parameter also for lights, so that you can make blinking lights on constructs and on towers and stuff like that. That would be
Well,
really
you can do that already.
Yeah, you can do that by programming, right? Not
You
on
can
the-
set them to blink by default, but it has
perfect.
limited configuration.
Yeah.
The programming allows you to do much finer, like tuning of the blinking rates and sequences and stuff.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
I do want there to be a type of light or a way of doing a light so that it can be put onto structures that are in the air so that you can see them well before hitting them.
Yeah,
As it
dynamic
stands right
lighting.
now, you can't
Yep.
see them soon enough.
Yeah, the render distance on dynamic lighting is very small compared to voxels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there needs to be a particular type that's set or something like that, and then, and then we should, yeah, you know, then be a good citizen and put that on your AGG towers, space towers, and stuff. I have not hit any of them yet, but I have had to maneuver around them at the last minute.
I hit my first yesterday. It was a parked ship as I approached the market.
Nice.
I feel like I'm jinxing myself every time I say I haven't hit one, but maybe I'm just dodging bullets. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So, several Lua API and general improvements. Lua system get waypoint from player position and set waypoint, both retrieve and set waypoint in Lua. This is probably going to be techie, this portion. Favorite by typing fave. Okay, so all this Lua stuff, for 99% of us who are not actually programming in Lua, we don't care. We like the new buttons that we're going to get and the new things that we can do. But it's up to you guys who understand Lua to go forth and make those happen.
Well, one very important thing there, and Arcadia is in your chat right now. They removed warp capability from Lua. So the emergency warp feature from the Dimensia Arcadia script is going bye-bye, unfortunately.
Well, you know, the game is meant to be played with the player present. But I do understand, you know, who wants to fly for 6 hours? Which is what I do between Jago and Sinan sometimes, because it is 900 SU.
One good thing in there, you can read container contents through Lua.
Couldn't you before?
No, how they had to do it before was you could read the weight of the container, and you had to do some math to figure out how much of that item was in there.
Hmm.
And you can
It'll
only
be a lot
have
easier.
one type of item. It was like a weird workaround.
I see.
I can tell you, I catch a lot of flack for it, Marky, but I agree that like that removal of the auto warp is necessary. Like you can't have too much automation in the game. You know, as it stands, you could set, like, especially with their script, which I love and I use it, but like you could say, fly to that planet and just get up and walk away and come back and your ship's in orbit and safe. Like it's too good.
Yeah.
No
I would like,
guarantees.
though, in automation to be able to set so that something is monitoring the radar and it causes my computer to scream at me when it detects a radar contact. And that what I would find very helpful, and wouldn't be game breaking, but it'd be very helpful for those who want to make dinner while they're flying, or tuck the kids in and then hear that and say oh shit to your kids and run off. Whatever. But I would love to see something like that.
Audible alarms would be awesome.
There is a noise that happens whenever there's a new detection on the radar, but it's not very loud. And I don't know how to exactly replicate it because I don't hear it all the time. It's kind of strange. So, all right.
Pull the Excel assembler jammed noise out of the game file and use that.
Right.
Nobody deserves that.
No. Yeah.
The automation is an issue because
welcome to the Dragons.
Has nothing that they can do. There's just nothing that they can do to counter that. Unfortunately, the game as it is right now, there is very little a PvEer can do to evade the PvPer. And up until now, the answer to that has been, well, sorry, that's the nature of the game. We have to get our PvP fix somewhere. And so for a while, we had the answer that was, well, sorry, here's this warp feature. We have to get our ore back to Alioth, somewhere. But now the disparity of arms has returned with a vengeance.
It also though, if you have guns to shoot back, it is going to be a costly proposition for PvPers to try and take you out, because they're going to have to put cost into disabling you, and if they're taking damage at the same time, they may not make any profit by catching you. So
I can tell you from some of the guys that I've talked to, they are not intimidated by a freighter with 1 or 2 guns on it. Not whatsoever.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they're intimidated, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting because if they're chasing you with something small and they can only have the small guns now, and if you have medium guns, if you hit that small target, do you then do a significant amount of damage to it?
I think so, but there's changes that are being implemented to make it harder to hit smaller cross-section crafts, and there's a lot of balancing going on here. I think what a lot of people are afraid of is people just taking large cores and making them the size of an extra small, still with the big gun.
Yeah.
Still dangerous though. I mean, I have a feeling large cores and stuff aren't going to be so cheap, and also ammo prices are going to go up. So, like you said, the cost differential is going to change. Previously, a lot of PvPers were out there for the fun of it. They, if they caught a ship, cool, but it wasn't really about the money. They were just trying to have a good time. So,
yeah, I'm also very excited about the mention of arenas and space for solo PvP. That was very exciting to hear about.
Oh, is that in this list? Because I haven't seen that.
I was in the interview with JC.
All right.
Like quasi-instance.
So added... Go ahead.
We're gonna get abyssal space in the universe.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Gears in this game.
Right. I did see an Astero yesterday that looked
I
like the
posted that on the
Astero.
Discord.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I contacted the guy who built it. I'm probably gonna get one, but he has blueprints because it's a medium size with AGG and warp, so it's an expensive one. Yeah,
my goodness, AGG on an Astero.
It looks amazing. So yeah, I'm probably going to get myself a blueprint and we'll see how we're gonna build it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing is you're going to be buying a lot of the parts instead of building them yourself. So we had been building all of these ships, my wife and I, and last night we finished up some cobalt honeycomb that was needed to finish a PvP ship I've got. And then we're like, I guess from now on we're buying half of these parts. So if we need to build any more of them. So
That's my biggest fear as a shipbuilder. Like I understand and support the changes fully, but I'm afraid of how long it might take me to get on my feet of producing my own ships fully again.
right. Well, you're going to have to stock parts
Yeah.
and stuff, most definitely. So, yeah, and those in your corp may have to start specializing, or in your org, may have to start specializing in different areas. So, you have a bunch of different shipbuilders in your org, right?
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in fact, I think I'm buying one of the ships from one of the other guys in your org today. So, the Harvester.
Well, from Captain Miller.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right. So, added global settings for players to enable or disable the additional visual options. Chromatic aberrations. Chromatic aberrations. That's like lens flare, right? Or
I
like
think there's a separate setting for that.
yeah, it's like a cinematic type thing. Anamorphic lens. So this one is really interesting. I actually have a lot of background in doing camera work and stuff. I've filmed on some television shows and some short films and stuff like that. And anamorphic lens is like when you go to the theater and it's that super wide. There's multiple different levels of it, but it's that super wide, and it's like, you know, our TVs now are 16 by 9. They used to be 4 by 3, and 16 by 9 is kind of a first level of anamorphic. And so when it fits that perfectly, then it's stretching the picture kind of. Anamorphic lens, what it does is it takes and it compresses that width, and so what we'll be able to do is take like our 16 by 9 screen, and it actually could be like 25 or 28 by 9, and then it compresses the sides down to 16, and it still looks right, but you're visually able to see more grandeur in what you're seeing there on the screen. So what I did was I saw these settings in here, and I on one of my computers I set it to where it will be anamorphic lens, and the other one I did not. And I'm looking forward to trying this because both characters are at the same place, and we're going to be able to see both of them side by side. And so I'll be able to show exactly what this looks like and how it can benefit you or whatnot. And then there's also all of these other lens type things. And this is the stuff that you see in real artsy stuff where, you know, they pan across the skyline and the little bubbles from the sun, you know, come across and, you know, scroll the other way and everything. So it'll be
Pretty
interesting.
cool for screenshots and stuff.
chromatic
Yes.
aberration, by the way, is caused by deviations in lenses, so it kind of offsets the RGB a little bit, so you don't get one image. You see that sometimes where the RGB is slightly off, and that's chromatic aberration. So it's basically simulating an issue with the lens. So in the cinematic
Interesting.
aspect, that can be interesting. Yeah.
And it's only around the edges by definition.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
So it's bokeh. Because that's
Kind of.
that's kind of what bokeh is.
Yeah.
Or bokeh.
It's-
It depends
Yeah,
on how
something like
where
that.
you're from, how you pronounce it.
Yeah, so
that's
your
my
wife will be
wife's
happy with
game
that.
name. She's a photographer, so she's an artist. Yeah.
Yeah, she'll understand how that works.
Yeah. So those of you that are making videos and stuff, especially if you want to do something that's really artsy, those extra things in there are going to make it look even more artful.
Ooh.
Yes, not a word, but you know. Okay, added notion
Artful.
of core blueprint that is not deployable, but can be used to create sellable deployable blueprints to other players, which cannot be copied. So BPO, BPC.
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
For those of you that have played Eve. So this is like a core blueprint is a blueprint original, and then the other sellable ones are the copies. So you're going to keep your masters actually in your nano pack. I don't know if all builders do that or not, but your masters should always be kept in your nano pack because nobody else is getting in there, and if you die, those don't delete. But in a container, you crash your ship, you do your rights wrong or whatever, and somebody has them. So
I don't trust that. They're in a container on the ground.
Yeah, you store them on Sanctuary on your tile. I mean, nobody can touch them there.
Yeah, that would be a good place to keep your originals,
And you
your
just
vault.
work of copies yourself, and you keep the masters on Sanctuary, and they're safe there.
Well, I guess that holds true. I don't live anywhere near Sanctuary, so it's not very convenient. You know. So, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice if a core blueprint would actually be persistent in inventory if you go on a virtual session. If you go to VR, core blueprint will stay with you. That will allow you to VR into your Sanctuary base, put it away, or pick it up if you need it. So that will be a relative small change, which might be really useful for creators, actually. Just an idea.
Yeah, but it breaks the risk. I don't know, but maybe there is no risk if you're just keeping it in your nanopack the whole time because nobody can hijack your character.
And nobody can use the core blueprint but you, so there's no risk.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, so there is that. Now, what does FTUE stand for? F2.
First time user experience.
Okay. Added introductory tutorial for new players with an option to choose short or long versions. Okay. Interesting. It seems to me that the tutorial should just be right for people. Because a lot of people, well, I guess some people will take the full version because they're going to relish learning all this stuff, while other people are like, no, I saw somebody else play earlier, I just need the short version. So, yeah.
And then they crash their ship into the market.
Right, and then they cry because they don't have a replacement core.
Marky pulls up with a flatbed and wheels away with it.
Yeah, you bet. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Yeah. All right. So tutorials. Tutorials can now be accessed from any tutorial teleportation pad. Activating this pad brings up a menu from which you can choose which tutorial you would like to do. Okay. Territorial teleportation pads are now available in all markets and district centers. Tutorials can now be accessed from any tutorial teleportation pad. Oh my god. tongue twister. Okay, so I guess we can buy these things now if we wanted to do tutorials at home, our home base. Constructs can now be compacted by players who own them. Oh, can now only be compacted by players who own them. Wait. What? Does that mean that I have to build my own ship if I want to compact it? I can no longer buy something that's compactable and then have the expectation that I can compact it?
Maybe you
No.
can't compact org-owned things or a ship that's owned that's shared with you.
If I have build rights to your construct, I can compact it at this time, and that will no longer be possible.
Interesting. So, all right, we'll have to see how that works. Because, like, I have, one of those surfboards that I use on one of my characters. But maybe I won't be able to compact it anymore? I don't
If
know.
you're the owner, yeah.
Well, I guess, how does a non-owner compact something? Or how did they?
If you own a construct, you give me rights to use that construct, all rights, then I can compact your construct into my pocket right now.
All right.
If you give me the key and I then become the owner, from now is the situation you have to tokenize it, give me the key, I take the key, and then own it, then I can compact it.
Yeah. All right. I see in Twitch chat people are posting prices for schematics. Server's not up yet. I'm not sure how they are getting this information, but like 145 million for a warp drive schematic and anti-grav generator 656 million.
Sounds
Yeah.
like ATV members are no longer able to hold their horses.
So
Might be
prices are
trolling.
from NQ. So they posted it someplace. All right.
That's also possible.
NQ posted it in Discord. All right. So,
Perfect.
oh, yes. Okay, let me see here. So, carbon honeycomb 75,000, basic hydraulics 75,000, basic atmospheric engine excess 90,000, uncommon hydraulics 270,000, uncommon freight atmospheric engine extra small 405,000, pure titanium, 1.3 million, advanced hydraulics 1.6 million, uncommon weapon cannon extra small 1.8 million, vanadium honeycomb 3 million, mag alloy product 4.7 million, warp cells 5 million, uncommon freight atmospheric engine large 25.9 million, uncommon weapon cannon 116 million, warp drive 145 million, anti-grav generator small 656 million. Whew. Wow. All right. Okay, so the first comment is, this is insane! No, I actually don't believe so. Because the person who puts all of their money into making, warp cores, and everything, which are a complex item, and the warp drives, and actually doing that, it is, it's going to cause the prices to go up and everything. It's a very significant investment by them, but I think that if we look at this in a year or two from now of playing, that most of us will be like, okay, so I have to spend 656 million on getting that anti-grav generator schematic. Okay, well, I'll go buy it. Or I put up a buy order for 500 million for it because someone undoubtedly will need some money and want to get rid of theirs. Or they will have gotten it in PvP loot. Ooh, think about that. Yeah. So where am I seeing these values? They were posted in a private Discord. So I guess take it with a grain of salt, but it looks like it was posted someplace else in the other public Discord, and that's where they got it from. So if you guys can find it in the public Discord, go ahead and link to it. So large orgs will have a huge advantage now. Yes, they will. For a period of time. So
I mean, some of those items were intended to be more rare, like end game items. I don't think it was intended for a brand new player to come into the game and mine for a day and have enough money to buy an anti-grav.
right.
Like, it's silly. So the prices really aren't that outrageous, and people need to keep in mind that, like, the whole market is going to shift, the bottom and the high end. So if you're sitting there with 20 million in your pocket thinking, oh my God, I'll never be able to afford anything, it's not the case. You're still products that are going to be more valuable than they are now. You'll be able to work your way up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is, you got to think about this type of game. We don't want to reach, end content stuff in 6 months. We want to reach end content stuff in 6 years. If you think about it. And if you are going to reach any sort of end content type of stuff on a character, that character has to be super specialized in just that in order to achieve that quicker, which is why I have multiple accounts. So that's why I've done that. This is greatly going to impact us for the next month or so, but people are going to get it figured out. And the market right now, when the game comes up, I mean, everybody's going to go apeshit buying everything off of the marketplace because they can't afford the schematic, and so the market's about to go bare. So I hope you're all ready to hop in and spend all your money.
And opportunity.
Yeah, and so then it's a for those of you who are feeling like, oh my God, I can't stand this. This is a deal breaker for me. Remember this. This is an equalization thing happening here, or not an equalization, but it's uniformly equal to everybody here that as individuals. And organizations, yes, they're going to have more money. They already have that more money. They were already able to apply their wealth in different ways to make more money. And so even though they're going to be able to much quicker be able to get warp drives going and stuff like that, it is not applied unequally to all of us as players. It's equal. So we all rise up with this, and it'll be fine. But it's a different way of thinking, and people don't like to change the way they're thinking about things. So,
and
let's remember also that in Eve, I mean, I'm sorry to bring Eve in here again, but I mean, it's at this point it's a fair comparison. If you buy a capital ship blueprint in Eve, it's going to be what, like 1.5 billion ISK.
Yeah.
Then you're going to need the skill books. They are like, what, 10 billion ISK or something like that for
it's
a capital?
Very expensive, and then it takes you 6 months to build it.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, this is not Eve.
Also,
no, it's not. But there is Eve influence in this game.
Big organizations aren't the big bad wolf. If you are a solo-minded player, fair enough. But there's nothing wrong in saying, okay, I'm going to try and mix my labor in with a bunch of other people and see if I can find a home in a community somewhere. If I want to play around with this stuff, is there somewhere I can go and join forces with other people?
Yeah. I mean, our org is huge, and, we'll try and leverage that. We really haven't leveraged our org very much, even though we're the 5th biggest org in the game. And, but this could be, this could be an opportunity for us as a group to start saying, okay, I'm making this, here's the other parts that I need. And who else wants to, stand up, start producing those, and get the schematics, and we all work together. So, yeah. and to the comments that this is not equal because they have more money, they still have the same amount of money before and after this. It is applied to everybody equally. And, so that's just like saying that because I have, I don't know, 50 million quanta and you only have 1, that this change is oppressing you. It's not. You have the same amount of power with your 1 million that I have the same amount of power with my 50 million after the change. So I just have more opportunity available to me, but it's because I did things to generate that. So, and you can do that too. So, in fact, this here is a huge opportunity to do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm a pretty good representation of a primarily solo player that has thrived in the game. Like, I'm not going to give out numbers, but I'm fairly wealthy, and I am part of Zenith Corp, but I don't do anything with their industry. I live up north. We design stuff together sometimes, but like I build and produce all my own ships. I move all my own material. There are opportunities out there for people that do things solo. You just got to apply yourself. You might not go get super rich from mining a couple mega nodes now like you could, but find a niche and go for it.
Now, there is another comment here that it's not applied equally because NQ let select people know of these changes a while ago. Well, they have to have people test them. That's a double-edged sword. If you don't have people test the changes, then how do you know the stability of when it comes into the game? And I'm not saying that there's not some inequity there. There's been some discussion on that. One of the best suggestions that I saw out of that complaint was that the test server was actually open to everybody who has an account. And so you could just log into the test server if you wanted and help test and also see what new stuff is coming. And then that would equalize that. But you're talking another level of complexity and stuff that is just not there yet. The game is still really early. And it's just like devs know the shit that's coming. I mean, in fact, it'd be like, well, I'm a dev and this is going to publish in 6 months from now, but I'm going to start saving screws because screws are going to double in price, when I'm done putting in this feature. I'm not saying that devs do that. I'm just saying that insider information happens. It's a fact. So it's a fact that insider information is going to happen, and there's not much we can do with it other than to understand that it's going to happen at this point. So, and yes, I find myself wanting to have known these things. I might actually have the test server access because my Kickstarter account was right when they first launched and everything, and so it might have that access. I don't know, but I didn't take the effort to go through and try and do it. So, all right, I'm going to step away for just a moment here, everybody. I am seeing r0.27 on the logins. And so it might mean that we're about to be able to log in. We are going to continue with all of this stuff, but now we'll be able to look at some of the stuff as we go and everything if we are able to get into the game. So I'm going to just step away for 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll continue on with this.
time is now. Stand up and make a move. Yeah, you are the one who can carry on a vision. You are someone who can change the world we live in. Don't wait around and let it slip away, 'cause it's all you've got. Stand up and make a move. Stand up and make a move. Stand up and make a move. Yeah, make a move.
All right, I'm back. So, logins aren't working yet. Another thing I want to say about the talk of inequity and stuff. I mean, how many of you have an AGG ship right now? And with these prices on what AGG is going to cost and how much you use it, would you consider selling it at like 10 times what you paid for it? Because that's what the market's going to be right now, because nobody can afford to make them.
I know people that purchased a bunch of them with the intent of flipping them over.
Welcome to the Dragons.
So,
I literally by accident, because I was planning to pay somebody with them, bought 15 warp drives about an hour and a half before the dev block arrived. So I got 15 warp drives sitting in the container.
Nice.
The servers are on their way up, by the way. I'm getting the not authorized now.
Okay. So, anyway, there's things are not going to be equal. It's just like real life. Some of it's luck, some of it is positioning, some of it is intuition, and some of it is influence and power. But overall, it's up to you to make that happen. And complaining about it, make yourself feel better for just a little bit. But then beyond that, you still have to do something about it. So anyway. All right, let's continue on with this. Let's see. The size limit for HTML has been extended by 50 kilobytes. Okay. Constructs remain frozen in the air after being released with maneuver tool only if the player is standing on a planet or a static space construct. Now, with them saying that it was too powerful and so they were reducing the size of the maneuver tool, the biggest example they gave was people standing on one ship and then flipping another, leapfrogging ships up until you got them up to super high spots. Doesn't that solve that issue? Because there's still, the next item here is maneuver tool now limits the movement of a construct to 128 meters every 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would
So-
have thought that would have fixed it too, just limiting it so it can't float in the air.
I think they put that limit in both of them because they want to prevent people building static towers. Just use static towers to jump up one level and move it up again. Because that's what was going to happen if they just did the one thing.
Well, all right. So we'll see how that works out. I never abused it, but that one does feel like honest players are getting nerfed, if that makes sense. So for the actions of some who were abusing it, but whatever. It is up to NovaQuark to, in the game programmatically, make it so that it meets whatever conditions that they want, rather than punishing players for it. It's much better to just have it be a rule in the game. So I guess I'm okay with it. We'll see what happens. The first time that I crash land and I end up a kilometer down underneath the ground with my ship. Although maybe that's what the fetch is for. So
That's another thing I'm fearing they neglected to mention with all the hard mode things that I've put in now. I have a feeling that they may have removed fetch as well, but we'll see.
returned Helios star name to the system map. Is that the name of our star in our system, Helios? I don't know. Inventory side of market container tab is now disabled when no market is properly selected. Okay. I think I know what that is. It just won't show you stuff when you're not at the right place. So, fetch will disappear, if not already. Well, as long as I mean, I don't know. Example, dynamic core
Welcome to the Dragons.
voxel libraries. If those aren't fixed, then fetch needs to still be here. And in many cases, those go beyond fetch. So,
I don't think fetch should be removed until all the bugs are removed with like clipping through things and or like you said, ending up underground, that sort of thing. I mean, that's its purpose, right? Is
Yeah,
if you end up somewhere
deeper.
you're not supposed to be, you can recover your ship. That's what it's for. It's not
Yeah.
meant as a maneuvering tool to move your ship whenever you want to.
I'll admit I've never used fetch before. So, but then again, maybe that's just the honest people getting nerfed. So, all right. Resurrection nodes can still be deactivated after a player lost the rights on the element, meaning that probably in the map you're going to be able to right-click on a resurrection node that you no longer have access to and unlink it, remove it. Yes, if they remove fetch, they need to hire more GMs. Yes, correct. So, all right. PvP, hit and miss formula modification. So hit and miss formula select section that relates to target size will no longer use core unit size, but instead refer to current target cross section compared to angle of attack. This may very well lead from, so cubes would be equally hit, whereas if you make your ship very long and flat and you turn your side to whatever is attacking you to where you're at your thinnest or whatever, then you may be able to avoid getting hit more. Whereas they come at you on your flat side where there's more space to hit, they have a better chance of hitting you.
But what if there's two and they're on both sides?
Well, then you're fucked.
That's very common right now. Yeah. From what I've heard, the Borg cube's not going away because layered armor is still the vastly superior damage mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna move
But
from,
we'll see.
like I said, we'll move from excess cores with large weapons to excess core-sized cubes on an L core with large weapons. That's the change that's gonna happen.
That's going to be so screwed up. I mean, maybe it's not going to be screwed up. Maybe there should be, is there any inertia that is applied to core size?
It's all based
Meaning-
on weight, I think.
So if it's just based on weight, then you're not really adding that much more weight. I mean, I don't know how much the cores weigh, but a large core maybe should weigh considerably more than a excess core, and maybe they should use like a Higgs scale or something like that. Where the large core, even though it's 10 times the size of a extra small core, but its mass or its components or whatnot is actually 100 times more weight. In a bigger field there. I don't know. I think that, one thing though is that they're trying to combat that by saying, okay, so large cores can be targeted from much further out. And, but I'm not sure that that's going to matter in instance of getting chased by Borg cubes. So, and it's actually going to allow the cube stuff to do some very interesting specialized stuff. They may be able to, because you have so much more build area, and while you may not take advantage of all of it, you still could take advantage of it better than the build area of an excess core. So
People have been speculating that the ranges of engagement are going to increase by a huge amount now.
Mm-hmm.
As in, like, large rails on a large core with high skills being able to shoot you from, like, an SU away. So, like, essentially, once they're in targeting range, they're going to be able to hit.
Wow.
Not
Like
that
somebody
far
from
away,
the
because
zoo
obviously
now.
you can't target that far away. But my point is that, like, once they're targetable, they're already going to be in, like, an optimal firing range if they have skills.
Well, we're about to get down to the distances here, and I'm already seeing that a large space radar can identify at 300 kilometers. So, and isn't it 500 kilometers for an SU?
One
Or is it
SU is
2,000?
200,000.
Oh, 200,000. Okay, never mind then. All right. Don't panic, everybody. I just was thinking about it wrong. So, all right. Well, let's continue on with this. Core units can only power weapons of a respective core size and smaller. Medium cores may not power large weapons. Medium cores may power medium, small, and extra small weapons. Extra small cores may only power extra small weapons. So, okay. Weapon balancing. So cannon cone increase from 20 to 50 degrees. I assume that, what is the cannon's cone?
Right
is
now,
that,
cannons have a really small range. They're, like, super damaging, but they're really, like, close combat weapons. I think they're
Mhm.
buffing them a little bit.
Basically, currently, your target needs to be in the cone, which has an angle. And it was 20, it's now 50, for you
Right.
to be able to hit them at all.
so it's
by
2.5 times
make-
the size now?
Yeah, basically.
Huh, interesting. Cannons plus 100% fall off range. So they made the cone larger or plus 100% fall off range, and then they doubled the distance that they can shoot. All right. Laser cone optimal from 15 to 20 degrees. Lasers plus 50% optimal range, and lasers minus 50% fall off range. I don't know that I understand. This is the kind of stuff that maybe I need to see in practice to actually understand. I'm having trouble visualizing it. So,
If it's the same as in Eve, it means that the optimal range is the range where you can basically shoot straight. If you shoot, you have a high chance of hitting. the fall of range would basically extend that with an X amount, but in that range your accuracy goes down, and increasingly so. So the further away you go, the less accurate the shot becomes.
But do we see stats like that on these weapons? I mean,
I
like
think we do.
we do.
Someone in chat may probably know.
Yeah. Yeah, because if we could see all of this stuff, then we could see how that actually pans out. But if we don't know what the fall off range is to begin with, and then they made it 50% less fall off range, we still don't know where that's at. So, all right, that'll be something that we'll have to play with. Radar balancing. Basic large space radar, all identification range is set to 300K. Basic medium space radar range 150K. Basic small radar identification range set to 75K. Okay, so identification is just for targeting, right? That's the same thing as targeting somebody, right? I think that's correct.
That you can see. You can see. You can see what you're looking at. Otherwise, you won't see anything.
Are you talking like periscope see, or that they just show up on your radar?
Yeah, in your list. You get, if you look at your radar list now, it will show targets, but they're still out of range, so you don't really see what it is. And then when it comes into range, it will start to show us this is this and this name and things like that.
Right. So, and in chat, they're saying identification is for weapon lock. It's for target.
Yeah, I think the view range is still the same across all the radars.
Yeah,
But the weapon
so it's
locking
like-
range will be different.
It's like 2SU. So, and for those of us who are just trying to avoid PvP, we don't need this. We still don't need a larger radar. So, yeah. All right. Well, we'll figure that out in practice too. So, all right. Tutorial: the player can now use elements without the prerequisite talent while in tutorials. Okay, that's what I was saying about you're able to finish tutorials even without having the skills. ECU, which is Emergency Control Unit, now handles AGG when available. So I guess that's going to be the new way of controlling your AGG when you want it to stop wherever it's at, is that you're going to get out of your seat and have the ECU active?
Yeah, it will prevent the AGG or your ship from dropping to the floor when you disconnect and you come back online. You're out of your seat. Previously, the ECU would not be able to activate and control the AGG, and now it can. So the AGG will kick in, at least if you have it set up like that.
Right.
We hope.
At that point.
We hope.
If all goes well.
Well, we're going to find out.
I
when the
don't use
servers
an
come up.
AGG, but some of the guys at my org have shown so many screenshots or video clips of AGGs just falling for like no reason. Because technically you could get out, you should be able to get out of your seat with it activated and have it hold, like if you're not like dead or whatever, just stand up. And I've seen them fall out of the sky for like no reason.
Yeah, and then that's a little bit painful on the item damage.
Or fall through their AGG platforms, that kind of thing, where you land and you just go through the deck.
Yes.
Well, there goes a few million.
Yeah, it's a few tens of million now. All right. Added a special create blueprint without DRM menu for DRM free blueprints. Removed the P shortcut. So I guess blueprints that are free for all, you can do that.
Well, it looks like you won't be able to press P anymore when in build mode to make a blueprint.
Yeah.
Well, they're
have to
adding
use
the menus.
the menu for it. So
Yeah, that's what it looks.
yeah. Updated roadmap progress on login screen. Okay, we already looked at that. And GUI added margin right to distance values in map menu. I don't know what that means. But an improvement to maps,
It
I'm all
sounds
for it.
like indentation. It looks like indentation, so for some reason That's what it or they maybe they. I think distance values could actually overlap the view box for the range, so they might have clipped that. That's basically what they're saying. That looks like it, but we'll find out.
Yeah. Okay. Crash fixes. Fixed an occasional crash that occurred when teleporting to a distant planet. This is due to the water index not being initialized when trying to render the water. All right. So, water was the problem. Fixed crash upon double-clicking the Save Data button after a territory scan. Ah, all right. I ran into that actually several times. So, what do you know? A fix that actually fixed something that I was running into. Because normally I read these off and I'm like, well, I've never heard of that. I've never encountered that, even though I play a ton. So, bug fixes. Fixed nanoformer crafting achievements not triggering correctly when crafting is completed offline. Industry unit crafting achievements are only obtainable when online. Fixed missing ghost feedback when using honeycomb material without the correct rights. Speaking of ghosting, do they mention in here about ghost scans or about the mining ghosts? Fixed missing ghost feedback when using honeycomb material without the correct right. Okay, I read that. Fixed surrogate panel search on first opening. Now filters by popularity in descending order. GUI, various UI fixes and polishes. Okay. Fixed asset that appeared only when digging. Don't know what that is. Fixed a bug when adding a friend. Only one of them can share constructor elements with the other. Okay. So, yeah, ghost nodes. I heard that there was a lot of mining fixes coming in. And even though this list is really, really big, this probably does not contain everything that was done. So, PvP fixed missing or invalid parameter error message when several players shoot on a construct. Oh, well, the same thing happens whenever several players try and mine a node. Yeah. So one of the first things that I want to do today is I do have a lithium meganode that we've not been able to find the second node in the tile. There was 2 lithium meganodes in the tile, and we've only mined out half of it, and we haven't been able to find the other half of the node, even though it shows up on the scans. So I just put a territory unit on it so that I'd have it. But I want to go see if I can find that now. That would be amazing. So, fixed quantities mismatch check when swapping voxel material, copying and pasting, or during damage operation. Okay, fixed
that means what I think it does.
What do you think it means?
Well, so like currently, if you do a really large selection to do like a copy or a recolor in the game. Specifically recoloring. So like I want to recolor a huge section. It calculates like the entire volume of that area instead of like what you're actually recoloring. So for example, my shuttle at home, if I want to recolor the whole thing in one swipe, I have to have like 2,800 honeycomb in my container as opposed to the 200 that's actually there.
I see. Because it's taking the total volume of the box that's selected, not the total volume of the honeycomb.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I could see that being an issue and a good fix. So fix an issue where you could spawn underground when starting a tutorial. Well, that would suck, especially for a new player. I start underground all the time. I have started making sure that I'm logged off on a platform or in a ship, because otherwise I just fall through the ground every time. So, you know, and half the time I'd be like, hey, I'm done mining here, but do I want to dig the 2 kilometers up, or do I just take a chance that next time I log in, maybe it'll trigger the fall and it'll make me appear up top and I won't have to dig all the way up. So which happens probably about 1/3 of the time. It would actually pop me back up to the surface. And I didn't just log off and log back in again trying to make that happen, but it was just like, okay, well, next time I log in, maybe that will happen. And I won't have to dig up. Otherwise, I would just dig up. Construct speed is resumed when piloting after disconnection. So a little bit more on that is, so if you're going 30,000 or 29,999 and you get disconnected, your ship stops, and then when you get back in, your ship resumes, but according to JC, it is, according to JZ, it will resume, but at a little bit lesser speed. So it will not resume at full speed. So, and I don't know what happens when, so they say that the word is that any player near it and it will resume. So does that mean that if I'm flying along and I'm getting chased by a PvPer and I'm being shot at and they're close enough to it that even if I disconnect, the ship will continue going because that other player is close enough to it?
I believe so.
And then in the second instance, if I disconnect and there's nobody around and my ship stops, somebody approaches my ship, then does it then resume speed and take off?
It's supposed to, yeah. Because otherwise you could just disconnect to e-brake, right, and let the pirates fly on by and give it a count and then jump back in.
But if I'm disconnected and I'm out in the middle of space and I'm not under any sort of threat or anything, it's just a true disconnect, and then somebody finds me, so the other player gets close enough to the ship, and the ship all of a sudden, like, boom, starts taking off again. And then you have to chase it if you want to catch it. That's what I'm kind of hearing here. So that could be used a couple of ways. One is if the speed is not 100% of what it was, let's say it's like 95% of what it was, that means that eventually they will catch it if they go after it and you don't log back in again. And then secondly, it could be used to grief someone.
Well, I mean, that's how he described it, though. He said that each time it starts and stops, it'll slow down a little. That way the ship can be caught.
Yes.
They don't want constructs just flying off into forever, just gone.
That's the thing. I've heard of people falling asleep while flying, and then they wake up and they're 3,000 SU away from their destination, or some crap like that, and so you could actually then fly along with them so that they keep going, and you'd be like, well, I have nothing to do all day. I'm going to take them 100 or 1,000 SU beyond where they were planning on going, and then they're going to have to fly all that way back.
Well, so would you.
Well, yes, true.
I mean, how often would you find yourself in a ship in space you'd be willing to throw away just to troll somebody like that, though?
Well, dumb things happen. People will be like, I took
the
this
shop
guy
next week, folks.
Yeah, I took this guy, 5,000 SU off of his course. He didn't log in until then, and then he was screwed. Yeah, well, so are you, but I mean, maybe you're just in a little tiny ship. You don't need to be. They could be in a big ass ship, and you'd be in a little tiny ship that you'd be like, I don't care. I'll just let it go, and you just kill yourself, and then you respawn at the nearest res pad you have.
So you'd have to stick with it for a while at least, because otherwise they'd both stop, right?
Yeah. So you definitely have to. There would be dedication from the troll, most definitely. So, yeah. I did have somebody say that they woke up and they were 3,000 SU away when they realized that their ship was still logged in and going, which I thought was kind of funny. Yeah. And then what if you don't have enough fuel to get back? Oh my God. Yeah, well, it may just be a lost ship, or you might have to have really good friends that are willing to dedicate a day out to you and a day back. So, 1,000 SU is about 6.5 hours of flying.
Yeah, if you're at full speed.
Yes, if you're at full speed. Yeah. So. All right. So GUI fixed a bug where quantas were not updated after canceling a purchase order. Does that mean you just lost your money? Could be.
Definitely appeared so sometimes.
Construct Auto Compactor does not compact anymore if a player is in VR or a tutorial. Okay. Fixed a bug where crafting queue clear on death did not remove mass applied to player. Oh, so you still had all the weight. GUI fixed scrap icon aliasing. All right, that one really bothered me. I actually don't even know what it means. But yeehaw, it's fixed. Okay, fixed auto scroll to the bottom of chat in some instances. Fixed the radar label when sending its information through Lua for atmospheric radar. Fixed the market's instant sell default quantity value. Fixed the value tax percentage display. Yes, that was often displaying incorrect information. Disabled number of input in industry if industry is running. Allow again split on empty slot when item is set filtered or sorted. All right. Fixed input number when you try and to empty the number input. Fixed input scroll when a number input is empty. Fixed crafting panel display industries list when items are non-craftable. Fixed AGG error is properly hidden when no error is present. So it was giving you errors without there being an error, and they fixed the error of the error showing. That might be it. Yeah, servers are still not up, folks. So they're still not up. This is how it goes. So yep, they'll be up when they're up. Let's see. Fixed inventory UI misalignment. Fixed long names talent line height issue. Fixed UI word wrap on long names construct. Add overflow and tooltips ellipsis zone on construct names. Fixed name of organizations that were cut off. Added the schematic bank container title to the subpanel schematic bank of industry panel. Wait, that's a fix? That's a bug fix? I thought that was something new in it. Maybe that was something that was fixed at the last minute. Added max width for dragged talent queue element. Speaking of talent queues, my wife hit the limit. She couldn't go over 1,000 days in her queue. I told her she was nuts for having that much stuff in her queue. But yeah, so she's at like 990 days in her queue or some stuff like that. To me, it looks like she's going to be playing for the long term. All right, so there's a bunch of these that are very obscure and stuff. Remove time to completion wrapper when no talent is in progress. Fixed drop of frame rate when selecting text in the codex. Remove text selection when opening and closing the codex. Transferring items between market containers now does nothing instead of opening a modal. I don't know what a modal is. Okay. Fixed the context menu action on slots in the market container to create sell orders and instant sell items. Whew. How do we get a talent respec? I don't think that there will be a talent respec unless there is unless the talents that you had points in were removed, and then you will get the talents put into your spendable queue or spendable pool. Fixed a bug in the default autoconfig autoconf script, which was using system start instead of unit start. All right. Fixed a bug in rocket activation that allowed them to be activated and deactivated at an arbitrary frequency. It's now limited to 500 milliseconds. I don't know what that means. There's a lot of these I don't know what they mean. These are kind of, there's only a few more. So fixed transfer unit schematic selection that required schematic item, no previous issue for player. Avatar floating in space without construct can now be seen by other players. Oh, you couldn't see somebody floating in space before? People are pulsating rockets to simulate an engine percentage of thrust. All right. Yes, I know people are doing that. So does that mean that they're just on or off now, or it's limited to 500 millisecond increments for pulsating?
You could do like really small, like millisecond bursts.
Oh.
So maybe they're limiting like how quickly those can be done.
Right. So 500 milliseconds between on and off, which is half a second. Is it 1,000 milliseconds to make a second, or is it 100? Millisecond, that'd be 1,000, yeah. So half a second. All right. So fixed possibility to move tool if moved with other movable object into a container. Movable objects were not able to be moved by moving multiple stack operations at once. All right, obviously that one is something that hit me really hard, and I have no clue what it is. Yep. All right. Industries, fixed uptime number on industry. Oh yes, I noticed that. Like the uptime stuff, like I know that my stuff has been running at 10 hours and it's never run out of product, but yet it would still say that it was 75% efficiency. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe that's what it means. I don't know. Okay. Orga. Added feedback if application text is too long. Or maybe that's just org. Lua, fix some potential performance drop with light elements, set RGB color. Lua, fix set RGB color failure on float values. Fixed flat ore veins as reported by players potentially fixes an issue with inconsistent territory scans. I wonder if I go and scan these. I have 2 or 3 territories right now where there's a second node in them that I haven't been able to find, but they're still there on the scan. Does this mean that they could have potentially fixed that and the second node is not actually there? We'll find out today when the server comes up, because I have one that I want to scan. So, all right. Normal organization members can no longer use maneuver tool on any construct on their organization's territories without the proper right. Oh my god, any org member could come in and just start moving shit around. Let's see. Fixed compactification for non-owned constructs. Fixed construct compactification that did not keep RDMS tags. Art, fixed the warp cell icon. Oh yeah, that was broken all along, wasn't it? Current tool is now unequipped when starting remote control. Fixed industry item duplication exploit. Yikes! Fixed an exploit with construct link through build mode. And gameplay, fixed NAND, NOR, XOR operators.
Much rejoice for that.
Yeah, so do you think that all of a sudden, Garrick, that you're going to be able to put stuff together the way that you originally intended?
Well, yeah, you can just put an XOR operator with like straight to a door with a switch on both sides, and whichever one you hit will operate the door. It's simple.
Right. Instead of all that convoluted crap you were trying to do.
Yeah, you won't need like two counters and relays and all this other crap.
Yeah. So, can I explain compactification? Yeah, it's if a ship is small enough and meets the standards, you can put it into your nanopack, and then you can pull it back out whenever you need it and rebuild it again. It's really a kind of a convenience tool, and also is an anti-lag tool so that people weren't leaving all these little ships all over the place. Speaking of which, I have a ship that completely disappeared that was sitting at a market. And like, when I say completely disappeared, it's like gone 100%.
Like not in your list anymore, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I can't seem to find it. So it was a space and atmospheric ship. So it was one from the ship store in game. So, all right. Yes, and NQ did do a cleanup, and they moved them to different area and stuff. But oh, maybe they put it in my inventory. Oh, that could be. I'll have to look. So I'll be on that character today, and I'll look in my inventory and see if all of a sudden there's one in there that is looking like it. I don't remember the name of it, unfortunately. So, yeah. All right. So known issues, and these have been a lot of the time. I don't know that we need to go over all of these. In fact, some of these have been on the list forever. Like only blue fireworks currently function. All right. So anyway, that is pretty much our
They still didn't
list.
fix the certificate. The certificate is still not there.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's necessary for it to be there, but
I'm in queue. 10.
oh, all right, I am in queue. Alrighty then. Hee-haw, right as we finished the list. Were they waiting for me to finish reading that?
It was calculated. It's completely planned.
Yeah. So, all right.
Pen was waiting for you to finish. It was like, yeah, he's done. Okay, let's start.
Yeah. Hit the button now, folks. Yep. All right. It's been so long since I did the logins, I don't remember which count is going in.
Hail to the Dragon King, baby.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the Dragons.
Holy shit, we're gonna die. Phew. Man, that noise is bad. All right. So, Dot Interplanetary gifted a sub to Sammy Sandbags. Congratulations. There's 1,000 gold to everybody here in your honor. Thank you. Okay. And then, thank you, Dot Interplanetary. And STX Sangler, Vanquish, Shiramar, Delica, Determination, and my Tiro and Soul. Thank you for the follows. And Dan, thank you for the sub on YouTube. So, all right. So this is my
Welcome to the Dragons.
whole factory that I put together just in this last week, and doing fuel and doing large containers. And so Let's see how many got made. All of these things, I'm probably just gonna have to turn all of these off because, oh my god, they're so noisy.
Well, they should finish their current operation and then stop.
Yeah.
Or is it the error thing?
Whoa, sodium scrap looks completely different now. Only fit 22 in there. Okay. So it did make me overnight like 25 more containers. So. So in total, over the last few days, I made 168 large containers. That's what I focused everything on, so that I would have these to sell after these changes, knowing that it was gonna be a rough change. Okay, let's go look at what these look like. I don't have the necessarily talents to use this element. What? I can't turn it off? Holy shit.
Oh, they reset the notifications.
Yes. I do notice that. I don't have the necessary talents to use this element. So I can't turn off any of this factory. Holy shit, some people are just gonna flip out at the volume of this. I had to turn it all the way down. It is so loud. Everything is jammed. So, alright, let's see here. Is that in industry now? Industry proficiency. And assembly proficiency. Oh no. Do I have? Oh, I don't have prerequisites on that. Good. Yeah, I can't even turn my factories off to get them to stop from buzzing. Yeah. All right. So I think these are the loudest. And then they're gonna have to go all the way to the end of my queue. And then this is a pain in the ass. I want a button that just pops it all the way up to the top. 26 minutes before I can turn that item off. Ha! Oh, my goodness. Okay. So, train that.
Schematics for the paintings. You know, there's like 3 paintings you can make in the game.
Oh.
They're over 5 million for the schematic.
Oh, good thing I bought a couple, not schematics, but paintings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I gotta get all of this stuff. Wow, this is gonna take me all day just to turn these things off. Well, you know, that's okay. It's annoying, but it's not debilitating. I'll get it training right now. Okay. So I get level 1 of those, at least. And that's going to be a couple hours. I'll have it all finished. 4.3 million for a container large schematic. think we're all given 1,800 skill points. Oh, I don't know about that.
Now, anything you had trained in industry has been refunded. That's what happened.
What? Anything trained in industry has been refunded? How come mine didn't get refunded?
Well, I don't know what you trained. Well, that's industry and not crafting. There's two different things.
No, I'm in industry.
That's
I have
crafting and there's
80% on most everything. What is it?
Well, I mean, mine was empty again, and I had a lot of, well, not a lot, but several skill points in my queue there. So I don't know what happened then, but that's what happened for me.
I mean, I still have all of my stuff here that I trained.
Yeah, I've got the 0 talent points available, but I didn't get anything back.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe there was some certain conditions where that was the most logical answer for them to do. Or something. I don't know.
Did
Does
you
seem
train
strange.
assembly fishes? But yeah, because I had the same ones, but that's okay. I'll check another character, see what happened though.
Yeah. You're like, this guy has, you know, probably 10 million skill points in industry. I mean, it would have been interesting if I'd had 10 million refunded. I'd be like, ooh, shopping trip. You know, I'm gonna go buy me some skills. So. Right. So, I don't know if, I can't even look at these things to tell anything. So, I'll stay on this guy right next to him. Right, so, here I'm gonna, let's see here. Will this work? Oh my god, it's so loud. Okay, so I got these two guys standing next to each other. That's interesting. Do you guys see the? Is there a difference here? Let's see here. Yeah, there is. So my guy at no, maybe there isn't a difference. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's put that right on there, and then that right on there. Okay, they're both focusing on the exact same item. One of them has the anamorphic lens on, and the other one doesn't. They both have pretty much the same view. I don't think that feature's working. This one has it turned on. Anamorphic lens is turned on. And the other one doesn't. So, well, they are standing side by side, so there's just a tiny bit of difference, but we should actually see a more dramatic difference. They look the same. They look like two people standing side by side. So, you know, the top's cut off a little bit more on the top one, and that's because I have that bar up there with some stuff in it. But, yeah. Alright, well. Is what it is. Or is what it isn't. I don't think the anamorphic lens is working.
The trainings for the use of the industry elements is pretty minor for the first, like, 3 tiers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 1,800 for tier 1, so minutes.
So, I think for refining now, so this is my guy that does all the refining. I don't have the necessary talents to use the refiner. Okay. So what do I need to... what skill is it that I need? Is it in industry? Refiner proficiency. Oh, there's more proficiencies that are needed. Okay. So I assume that we only need level 1. There's no industry items that are higher than level 1 right now, is there? Unless there's new stuff that we can build. But like, what's something that requires industry level 2?
So there's all new tiers of elements for ships now. So there's like, you have all the standard, like the basics, but then there's uncommon and now advanced engines.
I know, but do we don't have the equipment to build any of those though, do we? Like, can you build it out of...
Yeah, there's also industry machines and tiers.
So there's new stuff on the market.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it right now. Like you have your basic industry stuff that we have now on our properties, and then there's uncommon and advanced industry, like, you know, assembler L or assembler M.
Okay.
And those are required to make the higher tier products, which you require skills to operate.
All right. Oh wait, I don't need to do all this. Just need the refining one. I'm gonna have to go buy all of these schematics. You can't make anything in your nanocrafter anymore? So J, actually let's look on this other guy. All right, so advanced assembly line, I see it. No buy nor sell orders. Okay. So let's see, data items, schematics. All right. Okay, before we get too far into this, I'm gonna step away for a moment, and I think grab some lunch really quick, and then we're gonna dive in and see what we can do here. I have my stuff training to be able to turn everything off. I won't be able to turn everything off for 2 hours. Oh my goodness. I'll be right back, everybody. Right, I'm back. So, I wanted to look at some of the stuff here for like schematics and everything and see, you know, how you know, much it looks like stuff's going to be, and whether or not I want to, you know, my assembly line stuff that I have here, which I had six large assembly lines making large containers. Obviously, that I pumped that up because I knew that this change was coming and that it was going to be hard to make stuff afterwards. So, but for one assembly line worth, I'm going to need to do it, and that'll make 15 large containers a day. Based on 0 skills, it'll actually make more since I have some efficiency skills. But yeah, and it's 1 schematic per industry. So in the industry thing here, let's see here. See if I can find it. So this is the factory generator. Start a new factory. And so container. L. And then 15 a day is the most you can do without having to add more stuff. So I'm going to need schematics for 4 smelters, 4 refiners, 7 metalworks, 7 electronics industry, 1 large assembly. And then they have to be the exact schematics that are needed too, not just, you know, a schematic for that type. Yeah, I'm just eating something, so face cam is gone. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to switch characters here, and I'm going to go look at, we're going to go do a scan of a node. Let's see here. I get logged into another character here. Yeah, you can't use the industry without a schematic now. You also need some talents to even control the machines, and so I can't even turn them off, which is a little bit of a failure on NovaQuark's part, because you know, it's going to take me several hours to train to turn off stuff. So, and we have like an extra large assembly back there that's running that, you know, is gonna need that. Let's see here, audio. Yeah, the audio is really low here. So, but everything's basically fouled, and we're gonna have to go and do, you know, to build warp cells again and everything. You get the schematics from markets. But see, I don't even have the talents to even look at the stuff on this character. So, right, I have plenty of stuff here to make more, and my warp cell factory here would make 100 and some odd per day, but now I don't, now I'm gonna have to go get schematics for each one of these machines. All right. So we're going to go up to another ship here. Oh. Hey, look at that. It's not just pure white anymore. So we're going to take this ship up. Let's see here. All right. I wish we had listed in constructs our territory units. I really do. You can make honeycomb without schematics. Alright, we'll see. So that way. Fuel
Hail to
gauges
the
are gone.
Dragon King, baby.
I have no fuel gauges. Tube, thank you for the follow. And Safi, thank you for 3 months as a sub. There's 30 gold. Everybody here in your honor. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, scanner results. I wouldn't say this reinvented the game, but hey, we're gonna take this out and scan spot.
I'm suddenly regretting that I didn't make a list of all the schematics I needed to buy today.
Mm-hmm. pure copper schematic on Alioth? If you have 5 metalworks making basic screws, you'll need 5 schematics. Yes.
Are the people saying that they can't craft in their nanopack just trolling? Because like I can craft out of mine.
All right. Okay, so getting my scan on. And then I'll see if I can find it. It should be pretty easy to find. It's lithium. I should only hit one target on here. So this is a ghost scan they have. There's about, I believe, around 750k lithium in here.
Have you noticed any performance difference since you got on?
No. Like, it feels good. Does yours feel bad?
No. Like the opposite. Like I mean, I get good frames when I'm at my base anyway, but it feels like ultra smooth. I mean, I can just whip the mouse and it's like buttery smooth.
Put that in a different context and you're just, doing wrong stuff there.
Maybe I'll go to the market, see how it is.
Yeah.
I'm also very tempted to crash my speeder into the ground at high speed to test the core thing.
Make sure you don't have anything on you.
Yeah, I'm at my base.
Yeah, no, I mean, your stuff deletes in your pack. If,
Right.
you die.
I don't ever keep anything on me unless I'm trading a key to somebody or something.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just from paranoia. I'm always afraid something's gonna go wrong,
Mm-hmm. Okay, so data items, schematics. Materials, refined materials, pure.
Oh, I need you to check something for me when you get back to your base, if you don't mind.
What's that?
So, it appears that all existing blueprints have been converted to core blueprints, which means that you may no longer be able to use any of the blueprints you have purchased from people.
Huh.
Like if they're only accessible, by the creator.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Because I just created one of my Curvix, and I have like 5 other copies of it in my storage, and I can't tell the difference between any of them.
What? Are you serious? No frickin' way. Pure aluminum schematic. 456 SU is the closest one from Jago. No way.
Actually, I was able to test it because... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, now another thing. If you want to create a blueprint from your core blueprint, you're gonna have to pay for that. It's not free.
Well, it's basically free.
So I can't get a carbon schematic either.
Now,
Oh man.
This is actually really concerning. I have a copy of that Christmas tree blueprint from the market that was given out, and I can create reusable blueprints from that core blueprint. Which means all the creators that were selling blueprints to people now have core blueprints of their ships that they can use.
But
I
can
can-
you really
I can
create it,
confirm
or
that.
you're not the creator of it, so can you use that core blueprint?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not the creator of this Christmas tree blueprint, right? But I have a core in my inventory, and I just made a copy of that blueprint.
Okay.
That could be like a single use.
Mm-hmm. Well then. All the tier 1
same.
ore stuff, none of it on Jago.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yep. I have to fly 456 SU to get to the closest one. Well, here's what we were talking about people being able to do this. If you're at Alioth right now and you want to bring, a bunch of these basic, schematics out and sell them for 150,000 each, we're going to pay it. You can double your money.
Might have to bring a lot of them to offset the warp cell cost right now, though. Warp cells are through the roof.
Yeah.
I mean, like, big time.
Well, you can slow boat. 3 hours.
Could get blown up, though.
Yeah, well. Everybody's too busy trying to figure everything out right now. I doubt there's a lot of PvP blockades.
Are we gonna get the Plex guy story from Eve? Somebody that puts billions in blueprints in their ship because they don't weigh anything and then gets blown up.
Put them in your nano. Well, actually, I don't know if schematics will go away if you die. They might. Data
Might be
items
worth
don't seem
trying,
to go
I
away. Because like blueprints don't and scans don't. I don't know if schematics will go away if you die. Somebody test that and let us know.
I mean, they're cheap enough that it would be worth testing to know.
So on Jago,
Oh,
I can get nickel schematic, and I can get lithium. Oh, and sulfur. And silver. How about that? All the advanceds are here.
There's kind of a big issue with that, though, isn't there, Marky? Like, if they don't go away when you die, could you not, like, fly over, pick up all your stuff, and then kill yourself to respawn home?
Oh, yeah.
That could be potentially bad.
Huh. I can get rare pure schematics here, too. And they're not bad priced. Pure gold schematic, 263,000. That's fine. Uncommon. No, can't get these. Calcium, chromium, copper, sodium. Can't get these here. I'm gonna have to make a shopping list because I don't have infinite funds. And actually the first thing I gotta do is get refining going and then warp cell production back up. And the warp cell stuff, oh my.
Well, you've got a few hours to prepare, right? Just from the training alone to use the machines.
Hail to the Dragon King, baby.
So it'll be 5 million for the warp cell schematic. And then, oh man, how many of those do we actually make in our assembly line? Is it like 3 of them? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, and check on the machines required to run. They have changed. What? All right. And orbital HUD script, don't mess with it. You can't reinstall it. You can't reconfigure it. Okay. Well, this is all, you know, new stuff. All right, Tommy, thank you for 16 months as a sub. There's 160 gold to everybody here in your honor. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. And by the way, did I mention there's a giveaway today? Yes, yes, you can get in on it. Exclamation point giveaway. It is a 1-month code for the game here. And it is free entry. And you can use it to create a new account, or you can use it to extend your subscription, and we'll draw that near the end of the show. So, all right. Well, it's a good thing I have a bunch of warp cells. Yeah, oh yeah, and then the machines have changed to build these things too, hasn't it? So, like warp cell schematic. Okay. Let's see, look at this. Oh, that's just a schematic. Okay, let's look at warp cell.
You know what I just realized? Is like without being able to even access the machines, I don't actually remember exactly what every machine in my industry was making to even pick all my like schematics.
Yeah, well,
you know,
you're gonna have to rebuild because you're gonna need some new machines too.
Yeah, that's okay.
Each tier has its own machine, so you have to get for basic. You have a basic machine. For uncommon, you have an uncommon machine. You can't make an uncommon in a basic machine.
Yeah. Well, pretty much my whole factory is tier 1, luckily. So it shouldn't be too hard to get back online, I hope.
Oh, wow. So for the warp cells, I'm going to need uncommon glass furnace, rare glass furnace, and advanced glass furnace. Oh my goodness. This is brutal, but this is awesome. This is what I want. This is really painful looking at this right now. It's going to take a long time to get shit up and running, but this is awesome. We're about to go through a week of famine in the game where nobody's able to produce shit yet. And there's going to be people who figure out what everybody needs right now, like somebody just start making the crap out of uncommon glass furnaces, and everybody's just going to be buying them up off the market. So so there's and you're going to be able to make really good money on that. But it's, you know, it's going to take time to get all this stuff figured out and everything. We're going to have to reconfigure everything. So I was just telling my wife that I think that our wall of containers, that we should unlink everything and I should boost all of them and stuff. Now would be a good time, and it is a good time because we have all of these other things. We're going to have to rebuild all of the factory units for everything. So yeah. All
I like the
auto
way the
configs are
schematic
broken.
bank works.
What? You can't even do a manual auto config on your seat? Hmm. So, unable to log out. You mean you can't hit escape? It sounds like maybe you have more going on. Oh, if you log out, your ship will fall. Let it fall, make a ticket. I don't know. All right, so it says that there's still 728,000 petalite in here. And it should not be hard to find. I should be able to find this with my skills. Hey, if you're in an AGG and you're worried about it, about logging out, take it up to space, put it in orbit. You don't have to crash it. Take it up, put it up in orbit if you can. Or maybe you can't fly, can you? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's brutal. All right, so we're gonna go look at this and see what I can see, and let me see here what the depth of it is here. Really? Only 376 to 514? All right. Oh, probably should connect up to the container here just in case. Now, having these things in your inventory and everything, was it I'm supposed to be able to look at the map and see them as well? Or click on this, I've scanned it. My tiles, org, Scanner results from inventory. Oh, nice. Look at that. I switched it to scanner results from inventory. And so it's showing me these things that I've scanned. It means I'm going to have to keep all of these on me. Oh my god. People are going to have like 10,000. Yeah, if a core gets destroyed, it can't be damaged. It's just destroyed or not destroyed. And you have to replace it. Yeah, so, well, now let's see if it, so that's in my personal inventory. Now, let's see if ship's inventory, let's go like this, and then we go back here again, and nope, it's just from my personal inventory. That kind of sucks. Well, but I can tell where I've scanned now. This is, even though this is kind of dumb, it is such a huge improvement, but it's dumb to have 1,000 of these in your backpack. But it's great to be able to see this. See, like I scanned all of this here. And then these were the ones that I deemed that there was something in them of interest. And so if I had all of these, then I would know where I haven't scanned yet next. And God, that's just beautiful. So the other way I can deal with this is that I have just one character that doesn't really do anything with his inventory, that goes out and does the scans. But that's just me with multiple characters. Most people don't have that. Containers for just scans. Yes, I was thinking about that. About a linked container at your base that's for scans. It has like a data connection. And so you can dump them off in there and have that show up. And then you can have 10,000 of them in there. But yeah, having them all in my inventory here. The problem is I'm going to be scrolling down forever to be able to have something in my inventory at the same time that I have the other stuff. So, yeah. All right. It's all right though. Let's ores do not respawn. They do on the surface, these rocks do, but nothing else does. Alright, so we only care about petalite. And there it is on the scan already. Excellent. This guy has the best mining skills. So I am almost done with all the mining stuff. And I've got 10, 15, 23, 24, 25, 36. 36 more days, and I will have everything relating to mining done. So I've been really, really focused on him. Yeah. All right, let's see if we can find this vein. Might as well just grab this while I'm here, because why not? Is it going to the right place? Looks like it. You know what we need? We need containers within containers. We need a scan pouch. That's what we need. Put all your scans into another little container that's just called scans, and it can read it out of there. And that'll fix the will alleviate the issue of having so many in your inventory. But here's what I'm going to end up doing. One of my characters is going to put all of the scans from here on him. So that was some weird lag.
Be aware when you're buying your schematics. Read what they say. Like I just bought 10 steel schematics because I thought that was for making steel, and that was actually for the honeycomb.
Oh.
So like it'll say when you inspect it, it'll say like the one for steel I think is steel product schematic, and underneath it says heavy metals, whereas the other one said product honeycomb, and I didn't see that because it just said steel schematic. So I just spent like $2.5 million on the honeycomb that I don't need.
Nice. Okay, good tip. So Sophis says sort by weight and you're done. All right, I'll try that.
I need to make a subfolder for scans in the inventory. So you can just drop them in a subfolder and
yeah,
make
yeah, just make it. It could even be a craftable item, a little box that you can put in there for scans.
Yeah.
So you may as well create a market thing for it and not just a feature. I mean, maybe that's a lot more complex. I don't know, but anyway. And thank you, Sophist, for sort by mass, high to low. The scans weigh like nothing, and so they will appear at the bottom all the time now. All right. Great tip. Shamsi, if you're listening, there's another tip for your list. Shamsi's been doing a tip list videos. Okay. Okay, well, this really isn't rolling around very much. So we're going to go down. Yeah, you're not going to make everything in the game now. Wow, I'm getting a lot of pending operations. But it could be that there's just a lot more people playing right now too. They're all excited about the patch. Or they're all disgusted going, oh my god, where am I going to get all these schematics?
Do you think it's a little bit scary that they are introducing schematics apart from power systems? Because what happens if you spend billions now getting schematics, and then another patch comes and they're like, oh, by the way, you can't turn your whole factory on now. Sorry.
Well, no, you just get another core, I would think, and so you'd separate out, factory by cores or something.
I thought the power is going to be limited by tile, though, like power generation.
Is it? Really?
That's what they've said. Like, they're going to add in, it's going to go alongside with the mining, right? Like, certain tiles are going to have higher power production capability, and other tiles are going to have higher, resource availability for, the auto miners.
Well,
but they were saying that, there will be certain high power tiles that'll be very desirable and worth fighting over and so on.
Huh. Well, just plan on moving. I don't know. That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, just something to think about is all.
Even though that's very disruptive, sounds very disruptive, I still am all for making a great game.
Absolutely.
And then you're going to have to defend those high power tiles too. Especially if you're out, in some sort of, planet where you can be attacked. What's the difference between psyllium schematic and psyllium product schematic? I don't know. Look at the details on it.
Well, that's what I was just talking about. One of those is for honeycomb, and the other one makes the actual metal. So there will be like a sub text on the schematic that'll say if it's for honeycomb or for a metal product.
You're going to wait for the power stuff to come in before redoing your base? But you don't know when that's going to be. It's not next patch, as far as I know. I've not seen any indication that power is coming in the next one, which will be in January. This is not a good sign. Let's see here. Yeah, I think you just gotta play with what you got right now, and then just know that you'll have to rebuild. Once you've built it once, and then rebuilding it, and you've learned how to build it and everything, it's not that much further to do it again. What is the new command for blueprinting? I don't know. Do you right click on a blueprint and it'll bring up a menu?
Yep. Just right click on the ship or whatever you're making a blueprint on.
Yeah, well, you already have to rebuild your factory right now because you've got advanced stuff now and everything. And then there's probably going to be more modules added in and more detail stuff in future stuff. So just plan on your factory being fluid. That's my best advice. Plan on your factory being fluid. I'm afraid this is leading me to the ghost. It takes weeks to build a factory? Not anymore. Because you don't have the money to build a week's big build factory. It's going to take you a day. It's cool. Star Citizen is absorbing your time right now. All right. Well, you know, it'll be ready when you are, I guess. That's what I was afraid of. I think we're still at the ghost. Well, it was the first thing I wanted to check out. Alright, gotta narrow it down further here. Okay, this says I am right at it. I mean, seriously, like, it says I'm 5 away. And it's gone. Yep, ghost.
That's a bummer.
Yep. Alright, let's see here. And I'm going to dig out just a little bit here to see here. Just do some test cores here real quick. If I'm right with this, though, I would think that it would open up into a cavern of where we mined the the other stuff.
I just got a very concerning message regarding blueprints.
Yeah.
People are saying that they can now make blueprints of ships that they've purchased from people previously.
Oh, no.
Because like it locked ownership to like everyone that currently owns stuff.
Oh, no.
That is actually terrible and a complete reverse of what they were trying to accomplish.
Uh-huh.
Well, here comes the wipe.
Well, here comes the time warp. They wouldn't wipe. I don't think they would wipe. I do not want them to wipe at all for any reason, because we've built community, and a wipe indicates that we wipe the community, at least the connections. And while, you know, we can form it up again or whatnot, we've spent a lot of time on it. So confirmed may contain lead, says just made a core BP. Uh-oh.
It better not be my ship, Bert. Well, I'm just gonna have to build new, better ships. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I could make one from the ship that I'm in right now as well, so that's correct.
Oh boy. At this point, why not wipe? I mean, I would play all the same, but you know, I have, okay, so I have put in money on all of my accounts to be able to train all of them, and I would not want my skill points wiped. Not unless they reset the subscription.
Yeah. Now a wipe in this case would mean the worlds get wiped. Progress in the world gets wiped. You get blueprints for everything you own, and your talent points will be returned to the pool. So you will not lose them, but you will have to reallocate them.
But what would that accomplish?
It's really not going to accomplish anything. They can actually just revert this patch. The server's been up for what, an hour? Take it back down, fix the issue, revert back to just to the last save, and launch it again.
If they have a save.
Oh, I'm sure they do. You cannot operate something like this without a save. So
I'd be interested to know how many people that call out for wipes all the time actually have significant investment of time in the game also. Or like what their level of progression is, because like a lot of the people I've spoken to, and I'm not saying this is everybody, but a lot of them seem to be newer players or players that play very casually.
And they want more of an equalization instead of a wipe.
Yeah, like, right. Yeah. I mean, I've worked very hard for everything I have. I don't exploit, you know, I don't even have an AGG ship or any of that stuff. And it would be awful if I lost all my time in the game.
Are you saying that people have AGG ships or exploiters?
Some of them. A lot of people use those scripts and stuff, like, yeah.
Just had to give you crap about that. Yeah, I have so many hours into it. I mean, you know what? this game is going to be the game, and if they deem that something like that's necessary, then I'll just go with it. But I actually don't think that that's necessary. I think that that is a debilitating move. Think of the press on that. Dual Universe launched in beta. It was so bad they promised no more wipes. They wiped anyway. What a failure. I mean, come on.
I mean, I think they already said that, like, the only way they're going to wipe is if something truly catastrophic happens, right?
And then
that
they would only
can't
wipe
fix.
then they would wipe little sections. Like Blazemonger said that some of his talent points were refunded and some talent stuff. So they may have removed something that he had trained that caused them to refund his talent points. That was a way of wiping. It's not a game-changing event.
No, that's
So-
correct. And I checked another account, and there was nothing refunded there actually. So.
Yeah, so there must have been something that caused them to do that with that one.
Yeah, and somebody in chat saying that JC hinted that at the wipe he didn't. The only thing he did was he was less definite on we will absolutely only wipe if we really have to. He tuned that down a little bit, but the position from NQ is still we will only wipe
He's
unless
he's
if
not
there's a real reason.
firm enough on his statement.
Yeah.
And so that leads people to believe that a wipe is possible. You know, what he should say is there will be no wipes. There will be some corrections. Because that's what it is. Like what happened to you today, that's a correction. That's not a wipe.
No, that's definitely not a wipe. But they've been very clear. Only if there's no other way around it, something damages the game in a way that they cannot repair. Any other way than wiping the world, that is where they would wipe. Otherwise, they will not.
Now I'm working on getting back up to the surface. Well, I will end up just leaving my territory unit here because it still shows that I have 700 and some odd thousand kiloliters or 700,000 liters of lithium here, or petalite. Not going to give that up because I can't find it right now. Also, I could see a little time warp right now, though, because of this problem with the blueprints.
Yeah, I mean, I was super stoked when I got up this morning thinking, man, I'm going to get on, I'm going to get some dispensers set up, make copies of my blueprints and sell them.
Mm-hmm.
But that right there is like a total reversal. Like, oh, great.
Yep.
Definitely not good. Well, that's kind of why I was saying I was scared right away when I was able to copy that tree in my inventory, right? It's like, that's not my blueprint.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be possible.
Well, I have faith that they'll fix it. That one thing I got to give to Nova Quark is that they're just so upfront whenever they made a mistake, and they just own it. You know?
I definitely respect that too, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go see if I can find the rest of my scans and put them in my inventory. Maybe I just switch over to another one of my characters. Yeah, let's switch over to another character. I'll just leave this guy here.
Have you had a chance to check out the schematic like container yet?
There's a schematic container? What?
Well, like when you go to a machine, there's a new tab and you put schematics in it. and then
Oh.
you just right click and set whichever one you want the machine to operate on. So it's kind of cool. Like you can switch between products that way if you want to do that, or it's really easy to
Right.
manage.
Yeah, no, I haven't been able to open any of my machines yet. I'm still training that. Wonder this other guy's done with it, so I could look on him. All right. I really want to see what this guy looks like for all the stuff. All right, so this guy. Can we open these up yet? Yes. So, all right, schematic bank 0. Oh, interesting. So you can put a whole bunch of different things in here and then just choose.
Yep.
That would be such a waste of money. But
Well, so there's some people like there's another streamer that does big factory stuff, right? And his concern was that he wouldn't be able to do that because he quite often switches he's got his machine set up in a way where like when he gets an order, he goes down the line and goes boom, 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 this many of all these, and boom, he gets it.
oh yeah,
And that'll be perfect for him, you know.
Yeah, it's still though. Well, no, I guess that's okay. But you still have to fund each one of those.
True.
And so so it's still going to lead to waste as opposed to keeping them all in your pack and just putting in the ones that you need. But, you know.
I mean, if it was tier 1, I wouldn't care. 75k a pop, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so can we stop this now? Yes. All of those need to be stopped. Gee whiz. All right. We're not even going to look at that at the moment. What did I skill for that? Refinery production or something under industry. All right, so here we are. Garrick, I've got one of your ships here. And so I right click it and construct. How do you make a blueprint now?
You just right click on it.
Okay. Right click on
Advanced, possibly.
what? Oh,
Just on
advanced?
the ship.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm running over to one so I can actually.
I gotta.
Oh, you probably need to be in build mode like before.
Oh, you need to be in build mode. Okay. I'm in build mode now. Okay, construct, create core blueprint.
Yeah, and then under
Bam.
advanced, you can create core blueprints without writes.
Yeah, I just where'd it go?
Yeah, that should not be possible.
Yep, I made it. Of your ship. Okay, this is the point where I expect you to totally freak out.
Well, other people are already messaging me about it, like in the chat and everything. Like,
Yeah. Yep. All right. So, there we go. Okay. Now, go map and then tiles, show scanner inventory results. He has nothing. So then, go like this. And let's see here. Oh my god, I'm going to have to move them one at a time? No. Here, I can do it this way.
I like that the schematic thing is intuitive as well. So if you have a stack of schematics for like smelters or something, if you drag the stack into the container, it just puts one. Like you don't have to split it manually.
It looks like the control scheme is completely broken now. If you have, if you try to load something else, it just completely goes off.
Oh yeah, chairs are broken.
WASD is not working anymore. You have to.
Yeah, don't
use-
make any changes. They are
Yeah.
broken. People are saying that.
Yeah, it's completely Yeah. Well, okay.
Yep.
Hey, LaFon, are you there?
Yes.
You still at my base? I saw you a minute ago.
Yes.
I'm gonna crater my Curvix into the ground. I want you to see if you can access it. See how this core thing works.
Okay, so I moved over the scan results to my inventory, and now, boom, look at that. Hee-haw. That is very accurate. Oh, I missed one. It actually shows one that I missed. All right, so now I want to go and get the rest of them that I have for this planet. This is going to be, I mean, it's a pain in the butt to carry all these in your pack, but it's amazing.
What happened?
Yeah, I just saw you come running across the ground.
No, the ship's flying around on its own. It's over here now.
Okay. I wish we had video.
Sorry. Here, it's over here by the Christmas tree now.
You can't use the active container. Doesn't work. Unfortunately.
I'd love to look at it, Garrick, but the client just crashed.
He crashed, so you crashed?
Well,
It's
the
possible.
client just crashed, not on my Intel computer.
Okay, so PSA to everybody. Don't mess with your seat settings. Don't try and load new scripts or nothing, because your ship will be unflyable if you do. So
Man,
just leave everything the way it is.
Mouse and keyboard setting actually works, but that's not the best way to fly ships around.
that's how I fly. Get out of here. Well, your core could definitely be destroyed from crashing in PvE.
All right. Another mystery solved. So how are we looking, Mad Rambo? Yeah. The game has, let's just say, a lot of challenges. Yeah. There are a lot of issues going on. Enough where we could see some sort of rollback or something, because there's definitely issues. A lot of people are crashing ships because they try and reconfigure their seat, and that doesn't work, and then they crash and die. Stuff can be, you can make core blueprints off of everything. I made a core blueprint off of this ship. I did not build it. I did not build it off a blueprint. I built it off of a token, or I took it off of a token. And so I shouldn't be able to do that. but I did. And yeah. So there's just a lot of issues, which I'm sure they'll get ironed out, but just waiting for the announcement saying, oh, screwed up, we're fixing it. I think I have a whole bunch of schematics in here.
So I wonder how many people are going to lose their ships now just from random crashes.
Yeah. How easy to damage a core? I'm not sure. I mean, probably just the same as it was before. Yeah.
Depends a little bit on the ship, right? But I mean, if you have a bad crash, you're probably going to total your ship. And the only option it gave me is that core was destroyed, cannot be repaired. Like press Alt to remove or something like that. I'm waiting to see if, when Levon gets back in, if he can interact with it. That's the scary question, I suppose.
I'm standing right in front of it.
Can you do anything to the ship, like build mode or any of that?
No, it says action is forbidden.
Probably because of your location. Like if that were on Jago, we'd probably just be able to scoop it up. I think you might still be in a protected zone.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So just because it's my property, you think? Or like, would it be at the market?
No, because I think you're close enough to a market. That would be my guess. Of course, I don't know that for sure, but that's my guess.
So with the new change, do you think we could drive around in shuttles and knock all the AGG ships out of the air that are just stuck in place?
No, I think you're just going to blow up if you do that. Because they're not moving. They have
No,
to be
I don't mean
moving
run
to
into them,
sustain
but
jam.
like, you know how ships...
I think they're parked.
I don't mean run into them. I mean trigger them to fall, right?
Oh, go try it.
With the new, like, I'm pulling into a market right now. I'm going to get real close to this and see if it falls.
Oh my god.
That's what they get for parking over the
That'd
market.
be such havoc.
Actually, I hate them parking over the market. I have nearly hit a few.
There's a big one here
Everybody
that
hates him.
parks near the market. It's a giant AGG ship that's just been up there forever. Where I'm at. You can replace the damaged core. Yes.
Looks like they're safe until they log in at very least. Yeah, I was curious if like somebody else would be able to replace the core and claim your ship, though. That was, you know, at least in a PvE area.
I wonder where all my scans went. I know this isn't all that I scanned here. Maybe they're all in another ship? No. If you replace the core on a crashed ship, as it stands right now, it looks like you can blueprint it, but that is totally an error. That's not how it's supposed to work. I don't think there's any in here. Well, interesting. I don't know where I put all of them. I don't think I deleted them all. I don't think I put them in one of these other ships. Yeah, in fact, I'm sure I didn't. Okay, well, I don't know where I put them, but all right. So, guess that's all the scans of here I have. I don't have more than one base here. I don't think I have any other ships here. I must have deleted them or something. Which is unfortunate, but alright. That's what I probably did. So, but this is really good. So, this right here, right down here, scanner results from inventory. They have to be in your nano pack. That is everything I've scanned. It's not everything I've scanned because I started all the way over here at the market, so I've scanned this whole thing here. But it now shows me, I can now visually see where I've scanned, and I don't have to make a whole bunch of bookmarks anymore, as long as I keep them in my nano pack. Which, having them in my nano pack is not the greatest, but it is an improvement over how it was trying to figure out where you've been. And I was trying to make sure I scanned everything, and I see right here that I missed one. So, not that it's a big deal that I missed one, but, you know, I was trying to scan everything. So, yeah, you can't even make fuel and stuff. Yeah, so, in fact, let me look on this right here, planet, to see whether or not I can get the data items for just the basic T1 stuff.
You can make it in your nano pack as like a temporary.
Not space fuel though, right? No, you can't make space fuel in your pack.
So.
Yeah. So basic.
So you're saying is I need to load my ship with tier 1 recipes that come to Jago and get rich.
Yeah. No, not really, but yeah. So
I'm still glad I'm on Alioth.
yeah, I don't have anybody there. Supposed to go out there and buy a ship today, but who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to sell it to me now with all this market upset. Could be. I wouldn't blame him if he didn't, because everything just got turned upside down. We made our deal before everything was upside down. I should have picked it up yesterday.
Oh, come on. You remember the Ferengi, stuff. A deal's a deal.
Yeah. Rules of acquisition.
Yeah.
So this guy doesn't have very much money on him, so he really can't do much. Yeah, I actually do still have a pilot by your hangar, Torpling. Yeah, so I could log into him and go and get some stuff, but I really need a shopping list. And he's got money. He's got, I don't know, 14, 16 million on him. And he's in a little shuttle, so he can fly around pretty economically. Yeah. I gotta make a whole list of everything I need, which is gonna take time, so I don't have to make multiple trips.
Kind of glad I put up 100,000 pure chromium, because right now nobody can refine it if they don't have the skill.
Ah, yes. You are
Hope
right.
you put it up for a lot though.
I have it at 125.
That's a fair amount. You make good money if it
Everybody,
sells.
yeah, I've sold 20,000 so far. I've got another 100,000 I'm sitting on.
Well, I'm gonna go talk to my wife real quick and see how hot she is to whether or not she's wanting to try and get stuff up and running right away, or we sit down tonight and make a list and then prioritize that list. So, because I don't think I'm gonna have enough money to buy everything that we want to, and I want to get. We need to get ores refining again, and we need to get warp cells up and running. Those are probably the two first things. The warp cell one, though, I'm going to spend 15 or 20 million just in the schematics, I think. Yeah, back when I had 15 million, I thought I was rich. Yeah. So yeah, I made a lot of warp cells. I don't know how many I got, but it's 1,400. And then I have 1,000 sitting on a couple different ships too, so All right, I'll be right back, everybody.
You can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your lies. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now that I am free, I want my lips back, my time back, my words like when I said my love back, my life back, my heart, the one that you knew could break, the one that broke with your confessions. With your confessions. With your confessions. I'ma let you speak. Let my silence reach. Babe, I'm real quiet. Babe, I'm real quiet. I am the calm inside the storm. And I am the peace inside the war. Your confessions took their toll. But baby, I am in control.
480.
All right, I'm back.
I did.
So I was just talking to Lisa, and she's like, well, just go get me all the stuff so we can start making warp cores and stuff again. And then I'm like, but we need uncommon glass. We need advanced glass manufacturing. She's like, new machines? Yep. Oh, man. So I don't even know what all it's going to take to make all this stuff. Yeah. So fun.
Oh yeah, that just means industry factories are just going to get ever larger.
Yeah. So and then she's like, well, okay, so I'll just take the whole factory down, which is possibly what we're going to do. I told her that, okay, well, I'll load up all the containers I have here, and I'll fly them back, and we'll build a container wall, and I'll boost all of them, and then she can build all of her factory stuff again. But I made 168 containers over the last 3 days, so.
Do you really need that many?
Well, probably not actually, but I'm gonna put the wall of containers up, and then we'll have them. So that's kind of what I was going for here. I mean, I'm gonna sell some of them because then I have another 50 or so large containers here. And so 60. Yeah, I'll probably put, I don't know, I'll make sure that we have more than enough. And we're gonna have to make fuel, and we're gonna have to make the warp cells, and
I was looking. You got to have a schematic to make nitron fuel. They could, you make that during the tutorial. That should have been just like a give me.
well, can you make it in your nanopack?
You can.
Yeah, without a schematic.
Okay,
So-
then it is a give me.
I think pretty much everything you need to start the game can be made in your nanopack to get on your feet.
Well, there's different types of large containers now? What? Let's look. Oh, there's 3 of them here. So what do they do? Container L. Capacity 256,000 liters. What? Oh my goodness. Okay. It weighs 44 tons for just the one container. Okay. And then there's this one that's capacity 512,000 liters, weighs 88 tons. Holy cow. Garrick, this is a game changer.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this holds 512,000 liters, unboosted. It's going to be 750,000 liters when boosted. No way.
It's kind of weird because, like, as much as they said they wanted to slow down the movement of things in the game, they just gave us a plethora of high-tier components for ships.
But it's 88 tons just for the container.
Yeah, what's the base one? 14 and a half? Somewhere in there?
Let me look. Yeah, 14 and a half, and it holds 128,000. So that's a 4 times multiplier to get up to the 500 and whatever thousand. And so that would be up into the 56 ton range for the same amount. Unit volume 3746. No, that's just that. Okay. So so you've got a lot more weight. The weight goes up a lot higher than the space.
It's not really that much of a trade-off, though, realistically, for the amount of space you save.
Okay, so 14. Okay, so doubling it up to a 256 from 128 goes from 14 tons to 44 tons. That's quite a bit. And then to 512 goes to 88. It's a doubling of the mid-level one. Right now, these are all named the same too, which is going to be confusing as all get out. They're all three named Container L.
I suppose it depends on what you need, right? Like if you're going to utilize the capacity, it's probably worth the wait, just because, you know, you can engineer your ship around that.
They're all marked as Tier 1 as well. Yeah, okay. So that's an error. So, yeah, like these would be really great for factory and stuff. Maybe if you needed a single container. See, that is the same size as 4 containers. And so, like in the K1200, you could do just one container, get the same amount of cargo space in it, and then use the rest of the space for shielding of the core. Or whatever. Could be a thing.
Do you think those elements may be limited to core size?
Oh, I don't know. Production impacting talents, container proficiency, container optimization. Wow, there's a lot of talents needed to build these. Thank God my industry guy has all of them. And production, it's made on... Wait, what? Oh, it can be made on each one of these. I see. So it looks like there's 4 XL assembly lines that I could choose from to build it on. It looks like it can be built on all 4 of them.
You see, there's only one schematic though for that container. There isn't like an uncommon and rare version, so I don't know. Could be an error.
Yeah. Processing time is 6 hours 24 minutes. That's a lot longer than the other ones, because I'm able to make 15 in 24 hours. So they're 81 minutes each. And this is 6 hours 24 minutes. It also it requires a lot more components. It's the same items. It just requires more of them. Oh, and basic reinforced frame XL. No, that's different, because the other ones require only an L. Pretty sure. It says 96 minutes. Well, that must be without my... I've got it down to 81 minutes with my skills. Schematic. Yeah, so the big one, 2592 basic component, whereas the original one that we've been making is 432. Basic hydraulics 1250 on the big one against 250. And then basic reinforced frame L on the original tier 1 one, and the other one is basic reinforced frame XL times 2. Yeah. These can both be in the same assembly line. It just means that you could have, you know, the advanced assembly lines or whatever, whichever the top one is. I don't know whether rare, advanced, or uncommon is the top one. Maybe rare would be the top one. I don't know. But you could make it in that. Thing now though is getting these other assembly line things. Like I don't even know how to get those. Let's see, assembly line XL, advanced assembly line XL, and 3 days for the advanced assembly line XL to make it. Ooh wee. Okay. And production. It can be made in an advanced, it can be made in an uncommon, it can be made in a rare. Can't be made in a regular one. So the regular one, though, has got to be able to make one of these, whichever one the lowest one is. Is L and XL physically different? Yeah, it is. Oh, I wonder if the container would be larger, too. Oh, I didn't think about that. The picture looks the same, but the containers might actually physically be larger. Could be like 5 times as large, which means it wouldn't fit in like the K1200. It might be bigger than a small core.
That would kind of defeat the purpose.
Would it? Because
Well,
you
yeah,
just load
I
up a
mean-
bunch of those on a large core ship.
Right, but if you could fit more smaller, lighter weight containers in the same space, like that wouldn't make sense. The trade-off here is you're paying weight for like extra weight that you have to haul in exchange for more capacity.
Well, it also means fewer connections if connections are an issue by
True.
using one of the bigger containers. Those seem aimed at static cores, may very well be. And then like that holds 512, and then I can boost it by 50%.
You can get rid of a lot of large containers and go with one of those to replace 5 or 6 of
Yeah,
them.
768,000 liters in it.
We gotta. I think the area where this makes the biggest impact is in atmosphere, right? Because like think about the 1200, for example, where you put all those extra containers on top. That has no effect on you in space, right? Having all that extra cross section, aside from being shot at, of course. But I'm talking about like in terms of thrust, that makes no difference to you. Now in the atmosphere, you increased your cross section significantly, which does cost you extra fuel. So I guess that's a bit of a trade-off, but you know, using containers like that, potentially if they're the same size, would allow you to build a much slimmer, harder to damage craft, you know, which is where the big benefits would come in, I suppose.
That container also has an enormous amount of hit points, which could make it harder to damage in PvP. Or maybe even when crashing.
That'd take forever to repair.
Oh man. T5 scrap, here we come. Oh my goodness. Look at the schematic price for containers. Yeah. Yeah, 4.3 million. Yep.
The new high tier engines are pretty powerful, almost double.
What tier number are they? Or do they go up to?
It's like rare, so is that 4? If you count the base.
I don't know. Somebody needs to draw me a spreadsheet on which does advanced go before rare and uncommon, or fuck if I know. I don't know what their order is.
I think it's uncommon, advanced, rare. But
Yeah, if you look on
according to the engines, like the rare one has the most thrust, so I'm assuming that's the highest tier.
Yeah, DU Creator has them listed in order: tiers, basic, uncommon, advanced, rare, exotic.
Exotic.
And the blueprint for it's over 500 million, so
What?
for the rare military engine L.
Woo-wee.
Yeah, that's like an organization will buy that.
It's almost double the thrust though in the same space, right?
Yeah, but it might be a lot heavier too. And of
17
course-
tons instead of 16 point something.
Oh well, that's not bad. But you know,
Yeah, the
what
power
about,
to weight ratio goes way up.
what about the amount of parts to manufacture it?
Oh, I'm sure it's huge. I think some of these are going to be long-term trade-offs, you know.
Gosh. I don't even know what to think about all this stuff. I built all this beauty here, and now I'm like going, okay, maybe I should just tear it all down. This is what I spent most of last week working on. Now maybe I should just tear it down and take it back over to Jago. Yeah, and I'm going to be transporting everything raw. Man.
It's not feasible for you to get schematics and all that.
Yeah, I have to pull back and you know, look at building at my, you know, our main base, and you know, focus on that factory, because I can't waste doubling up on things right now. I don't know. If I were building something out here, it should be building something with the resources that are found out here that are not found on Jago. So Rick there says that yes, so the schematics are sold by bots, and they do also fluctuate in price. So so yes, they will actually go up in price right now. Which maybe means that I want to log into my other guy and buy the basic things that I've been needing, but I only know about the refining stuff that I need right now. I don't know, like, I haven't yet designed how to build the warp core stuff, and I'm not going to be building the warp core stuff right now because the machines aren't available. So yeah, they're just not available right now. Alright, I'm going to let all of this stuff just sit for the moment. I don't need to do anything with it. So yeah, just let all that sit for the moment. Okay, let's no, it's not going to work. Let's go to this one. I don't have an outdoor camera right now, so you get a video of one. Okay. So I'm going to log in over on my other guy here.
And I'm getting flooded with messages. Oh my god, people can make copies of your ships.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're gonna have to do something to fix that. I can't see them leaving. I'm sure they are furiously talking in meetings right now, trying to get a plan figured out. So, I'm sure that's what they're doing. No warp cell schematics on Alioth. Just go play Eve. We'll be playing Eve some tomorrow.
And then when you come back, you'll have more skills trained.
Right. Because that's how it works.
I mean, I hope people aren't looking at this thinking that Eve didn't go through its paces over the years, too.
Oh, absolutely. Eve
They
went
had a
through
lot
shit
of
like
major
this.
changes that upset people, but in the end, you know, it was for
They
the
even,
best.
they even deleted people's windows as part of their whole upgrade path.
Yeah, that's borderline terrorism. If they can survive that.
Yeah. You know, yeah. So, yeah, it's all good, you know.
Yeah, the big thing I remember is when they changed mining back in, I don't know, 2010, 11, and oh my god, people had a fit.
Well, wait. I think you're talking about 2020.
Well,
Because they just changed mining and people are having an absolute fit right now in Eve.
Well, the first one I remember was back when they made it so ice was now only mineable at low and melsec for the most part, and it was
Yeah. So it's pretty funny. Okay, so refined materials, pure, and now this is fucked up. Did you know that hydrogen and oxygen are exotics?
That's a meme.
I mean, seriously, they're under exotic, and you can't get them on Alioth.
That is so stupid. But how many times do we just go right-click delete on it anyways?
I know, but see, you still, when you're fuel manufacturing, you many times, if you're only manufacturing fuel, you will not have enough.
Yeah, the ratio's
of
not
that.
correct for that.
Yeah, so you have to make the stuff. Oh my god, listen to this, guys. I'm going to ship my extra back to Jago. Oh my god.
I think I've got 2 large containers full of gas.
Oh, we're about to have it. We are minutes away from a big announcement from NQ. It's going to be surprise. Y'all get the rest of the day off from playing. It's going to be some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm just guessing.
Where would you get the exotics from?
You can get them at Mattis Moon 2.
That's a safe zone. That's easy, though.
Yeah.
Mattis, Thades, Talamai. Mattis, Thades, and Talamai. That's it. Rollback incoming.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting something like that.
This whole thing, like, I've been laughing so hard all day because so many people are upset over schematic prices. I mean, like, if you buy a schematic, I don't feel like you should expect to recoup your investment on the first one you make. Like, that's the whole point here.
No, you're going to make
like commit
hundreds.
to making them and selling them.
Yeah, you're going to make hundreds at minimum to make back your money. So,
well, for some things, but I mean, somebody said that it was like 3 or 4 million for a large container schematic, right? What do those sell for before? 150K to 200K, depending on the day.
Yeah.
Like, that wouldn't take that long to recoup, and the prices will probably go up anyway. So,
yeah,
at least initially, until a lot of factories come online. There's actually a tremendous potential right now for you to get in, specialize in an industry, and make really good money before everyone is back to making stuff. So this
Yep.
is actually an opportunity, not a putting you down kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, you know, well, so I was thinking about that is that I may just put some of my containers on the market, not ship them anywhere. I just, on Sinan, just, you know, put 50 of them for sale, and I don't know, maybe I should put them at $1 million each. I don't know. What are large containers going for right now? You know, maybe I wait till tomorrow and I see. God, I wish I knew which ones were which. Okay, there we go. So they're up to 250,000 at the cheapest now. So, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I think that I could put them up at $1 million each, and nah, maybe not $1 million. 750. Well, actually, what do the bots sell them for? Because bots sell large containers, don't they? No, they don't. So there's only 100, 200.
Sorry, I was just responding to somebody else.
350, 400, 500. There's about 600 large containers on the market throughout the entire game. And yeah, I think that in a few days they may be going for $1 million apiece. I think it's possible. I don't know. Although people can get their manufacturing lines up and running pretty soon, so I could probably put them at 500 apiece and sell them within the next couple days.
Depends on where the ore prices and everything go too. Like, I've almost got half my factory back online. I'm just waiting for these the little level 1 trainings for all the stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna need man, I'm just looking at this and thinking about what all I need, and I'm gonna need a bunch of stuff, so including the oxygen and hydrogen schematics. If your core breaks, you're screwed. Yes, you better carry an extra core of the same size with you.
So we did just test that, and like at least here, Levon was not able to access my speeder when I cratered it with a broken core.
So, I do not think that the prices are too high at all on the schematics. The schematics are priced properly. And so all the basic stuff is you know, pretty cheap, but then the not so basic stuff, it goes up from there. And I think that you know, talent point refunds are being discussed at NQ. How do you know this? And talent point refunds for what? You put months and months in your factories and you're not able to use them. Correct. That is part of the plan. I mean, that may sound really strange, but it is part of the plan that you're not supposed to be able to create everything in the game. So VHSler, you say I have 18 million and you only have 200K. I've been playing since day one, doing stuff every day in the game. I have earned that money. You've earned your 200K in however much time you've been playing. So it feels unfair, but this is the same thing applied to everybody equally. Whatever position somebody was in before the application of this is the same position that they're in after the application of this. And it is equal to everybody. So you started on Monday, and so what shall you do now? It's actually the same thing. You take the same actions. It's just that there's a couple of extra steps put in the way. No, streamers were never given money. Streamers were never, ever given money. I know this. They were not given any money. So you go mining and you can sell the stuff on the market and you just start building. What they've done is taken a timeline where some people were able to start here and get up to this end level type stuff here in a 3-month period when it really should take 3 years. And so that's what they've done. They've done that correction. And so while you feel like, God, my progress has been nerfed, then, 3 others said they were. Oh, wait. You know what? Kidding, you're right. You're right. Those of us who were right here in the very beginning, streaming, they gave us some money and they gave us some skill points. I forgot about the money. I remembered the skill points. And they did that because the whole base of everything in the game is based off the acquisition of ore. And they didn't want all of the streamers for the first 3-4 days or a week only mining ore because they needed the money. And so that was something that was done for streamers right at the very beginning. I was one of them. I have 7 accounts, but that was only given to me on 1 account. So, yes. And anyway, and that was just because they didn't want it to be mining simulator. Yeah.
I have to wonder, there's all these people in chat saying, I've been playing since then and I have 100K or I have 50K or whatever. It's like, what are you doing with your time? Because like when I started this game, I came in blind. I didn't even know about Dual Universe till a week before the beta launched. And I had over 1 million my first day just going out and digging in the ground.
And now you are a rich fuck. So much richer than me. And it is so unfair.
We're not going to talk about that.
It is so unfair. You have money. Oh my God.
So Garrett, he knows about our little deal, but it's a great achievement that you got.
Oh, I don't know if he wants that broadcast.
No, I'm not going to. But I mean, you're right. I mean, I
Dragons.
played and I had a few 100,000 the first day, but now I'm sitting at 20-30 million on average.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying I'm using the same point of the inequity of you and me as what's being said to me from someone else who's been playing for 2 days. So anyway.
Right.
Sorry,
Yeah.
didn't mean to derail things and make you uncomfortable.
I started a new
you're fine.
character. Yeah.
What's that, Blaze?
And 2 weeks ago or so, I started a new character. She just trained basic mining skills. Within a week, she had 180 million. So the only thing she did, was mine hematite and bring it to market.
I'm playing the wrong game here. I am not sure that. Well, maybe I've made 180 million in my total time. Yeah, maybe. My problem is I have a ship addiction.
That's what I'm here for. No, I'm just kidding.
Garrick's my dealer.
Oh, he's the dealer for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm waiting for this announcement. They're putting it through their internal review right now. Yeah. So yeah, I totally think that there's going to be some sort of rollback, or they're going to apply something that's going to take away all these blueprints. But then I worry that they would mess up and take away everybody's blueprints that they had legitimately. Oh my goodness.
I'm wondering if they didn't have a way to identify the owner of said blueprint beforehand, like if it wasn't in the code. You know, if just a blueprint was an item, not no serial key or anything like that. Speaking of which, I would love to be able to put serial keys on my ships. That'd be so cool. Wouldn't have had that situation like we had the other day with Levon's ship.
Oh yeah, where he got shot down, and then the pirates brought it to you to get it repaired, and not knowing if it was Levon's ship or not, or someone else's.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Anyway. Okay, gosh, do I even go out and do this right now? I'm like thinking about, okay, let's fly to market. That's what we should do. Let's just fly to one of the markets, and then I can then I'll buy stuff later, because I think that if I go out buying a bunch of stuff right now and they do some sort of little rollback, which I think is a good percentage of chance, I don't know exactly what they're going to do yet, but I think that there's a good chance that could happen. Then all that work that I've done is not going to matter. Actually, my flying there won't matter too. Huh. Alrighty then.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but at the same time, it's like, well, if they don't do anything, then I just wasted a couple hours just sitting here doing nothing. So
Yeah.
I want to get my stuff rolling, you know.
Why roll back? Oh, Wreck Dad, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues. Like this ship right here, which I did not build myself. I can make a creator blueprint of it right now. So, and that's a big deal. The people who have created these have to be protected on that. There's got to be a fix for that, and so some will be pretty casual about it and may not worry about it too much, and some will be some are like just ready to rage quit over it, I'm sure. So
I hope that the big announcement is not what they just posted. That
all right.
JC is going to be in the live chat tomorrow. Because I'm not really sure that is something people want to hear right now. They want to know what's going to happen with the issues we're seeing with the rollout.
That's the announcement. So the announcement.
Well, I don't know, but that's what they just announced.
Yeah, Dual Universe creative director JC Bailey will be popping in for a live chat 7 p.m. UTC Thursday, December 10th. Here in our official Discord, JC and members of the community team will be on hand to talk about the 0.23 update that was deployed on Wednesday. All right, that means nothing to everybody who's concerned about the current issues. I don't get it. But all right, so if they've got really good tracking on stuff and everything, then they can just say, all right, we identified all of these blueprints that were created from means that were not intended. We were able to track those, and we were able to track any ships that were created off of them, and revert that portion back, and you all can continue on with a smile on your face. So that might be that might be the thing. All right, so then I shall go to market. And how much fuel do I have? Oh, what are all these? Let's see here. I have yellow blueprints for static. Okay. Oh, and look at that. I'm carrying an extra small dynamic core with me, which is what this ship is. So if I crash, then I can fix it. How about that?
I forgot to ask you, Garrick, was the warp core supposed to be included on this ship, or was that just by a throw-in?
I just threw that in for you, since you know.
Oh, okay, because I wasn't expecting it.
Well, that's a big gift now.
Yeah.
That's a really big gift now.
Yeah, if anyone's not in on the giveaway for the K1200 that's coming at the end of the month, it's about to be a whole lot more valuable.
Oh, shit. You already got one built?
Yeah, I have one ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking it's no longer worth 30 million. It's probably worth 50, 60 million.
Yeah. So, okay. How much have I got in my tanks here? All right. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and then I'm going to fly up to market. Be right back.
So, Lavon, you asked me before if I repaired that ship.
And I literally have 13 accounts. I'm thinking of seriously unsubbing about half of them.
I'm back. All right. I assume you're talking about a different game.
Yes, Eve.
Yeah, this game called Eve, we had a talk about losing a lot of money there and just going like, okay, it's unfortunate, but next.
And then Garrick was telling me that the ship he fixed was mine.
Oh. He did figure it out. It was yours?
Yeah, after I repaired it, like I repaired it for the guy, and we chatted for a few minutes, and I teased him about being such a trustworthy pirate and all this because he paid me up front, gave me the key. And when he left, I asked him if he knew whose ship he had blown up, and he says to me, he's like, I don't know, I can't remember. It was about a week ago, which lines up perfectly with when Levon got shot. I was like, oh no.
The gas gauges are gone. Off DU HUD.
You know, when I came in to land at your place, Garrick, I nearly crashed my little shuttle that Marcus here is flying.
What, just could you not see the buildings or what?
No, I came in too fast, so I overshot your place from space, and so then I turned around, and when I turned around, I turned too sharp, and I lost lift, so then I'm falling, and I'm less than 100 meters from the ground, and I finally got lift and pulled back up, but I was like, oh, I'm gonna die.
I think the game looks different.
Those new lens effects, maybe? The post-processing stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I turned off my lens effects. Maybe that's why everything feels so crazy smooth. Like, this game looks great, but it's, I don't know, like I'm at market today and there's no stuttering whatsoever. Usually gets bad over here by 6.
Yeah, this is running beautiful.
I'm just really glad I could turn off the lens flares because I thought that was horrible. Looked really bad, so I was like, "Ooh, glad that that's gone." Looks much better without, and it's really smooth indeed. I really enjoy the smoothness right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's 6 ships right above District 7. Just sitting there in the air.
I bought fuel while it was still cheap. Yeah, this is running really smooth, and it looks really great. I don't know if I don't have to restart to do that. Oh, interesting.
So salvaging ships is no longer an option now?
No, it's an option.
Okay. Maybe you have to do it on unclaimed tile then.
Salvaging ships? Why do you ask? I mean,
because I tried to, I ran over to Garrick's ship and I tried to take his and I couldn't.
He might be in the protected area he's close enough to the markets.
Oh, rip. The buy from this seller crashed the desktop is still there.
God, I can't. What the fuck am I doing here? Talk about messing myself up. There we go. All right, there's a core down here. Tiny storage container is what it's called. Damn, that was a hard bounce. Didn't bust anything. I've only got so many times this time now, huh? Bust shit up and I'll be buying new ones.
So it does only take one of your repairs if it's fully broke, though. Like when you restore it, to confirm that.
So it's got to be like red for it to use one of those. If it's yellow, it's okay.
It's got to be that like 0 out of 100.
Somebody
you know, when you
here.
restore it.
Oh, it's underground.
What's it?
Never mind. Oh wait, there it is. It's a core. Never mind. So apparently, okay, so there's somebody here. I was kind of excited about that because they were going to see me running up. Cannot be restored anymore. Hold left mouse button to restore. Wait. It says broken element. Cannot be restored anymore. Hold left mouse button to restore.
If you've got another one, you can get rid of that and put a new one back in its place.
Oh, yes. So I could, in essence, clean things up. All right. I'm out of here. There's somebody watching me. I was all excited because I was going to be like, oh, maybe if I get a ship, it'll be right in front of the guy that owns it. That wouldn't be awkward at all. So my artificial horizon on the bottom of the screen is from a program called DUHUD, and but don't try and load it right now because that don't work. You mess with your seat and shit breaks. So don't do it. Yeah, there's no point in stealing just a core, but if it's, you know, got something to it, then that'd be great. The game sure does look good.
District 7, somebody's got a Santa sleigh with reindeer.
Yeah, I saw that. Someone just lost an MCore ship on Alioth Market. Yeah. It's key to sort what you see on radar. V, Alt V. And of course you have to have a radar. So, just confirmed that the gold scrap seller was a scam. They're selling 0.10 liters of hydrogen for 150,000. Nice. It's good. Wonder how much money they made on that.
You know, it's funny. You actually could show the contents of a dispenser before.
Oh, well,
All
maybe
you had to do was set an RDMS tag with your your other one to let them view the contents of the container, and you could see the batch.
Oh,
I used to do that when I sold fuel. That way, people knew they weren't getting ripped off.
yeah. Hmm. So I'm slow boating over to market, where I bought a bunch of fuel so that I could make sure that I can get places if I need to. And oh, there's my warp cell. They're in my pack. Okay.
Looks like we found out who bought all the warp cells from the market as soon as the dev block appeared. There's somebody selling 37 warp cells at market 6 for 7.8 million. And he bought them at 1.6. So good deal.
Mm-hmm. I actually think 7.8 million is not unreasonable.
Yeah, it's probably close to what they'll end up being. I think 6.5 maybe, but they'll definitely not go back to 1.5.
At least not for a while.
Well, there's still about 14.5 for warp cells. Is that what you're talking about?
He was talking about cores. The drives.
Oh, yeah.
The drives are
Yes.
warp cells are 14.3 or so. But I saw last 1,000, so that's actually not terrible. So, but that'll go up. I got about 2,600 or so in stock, so I'm hanging on to those as well for now. Just let them simmer a little bit.
Cheapest ones are on Jaga.
Yeah, I can't decide what to do. Like, if I get my ship factory back online, I feel like I should invest in something higher tier, but I don't know what. It's all a gamble, because you don't know what other people are doing, you know?
Well, it's going to take you a little bit before you can sell ships again, because, you know, if it's 7 to 8 million just for the warp core, you know, that's a lot of money.
Oh, the price would definitely be inflated. Like, I'm definitely not going to sell 1200s for 30 million right now. That would be silly.
Yeah.
Could sell blueprint copies though.
Oh yeah.
Then
And
they
then
can
let
figure
the
out
people
the
sort it
parts.
out. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And that'd be easy enough. I could make copies with and without warp and so on. You know, that way if they don't want to deal with that up front.
Mm-hmm.
thing you can look at for all these blueprints being made is people have to build this stuff or go buy it, so it might cost more.
Yeah.
Well, that's their choice though. Some people have hookups or have friends that they can source from. Others don't. The other thing I'm very concerned about or curious about more than anything is that, so let's say I have my core blueprint and I make a copy of my blueprint that's one run for you to buy. And you come to my shop and you're like, cool, I'm buying that. What about boosts? Do you get my boosts off the copy? Or is it a flat ship?
Hmm. It's a good question.
Because if they're not boosted, that could still create a good market for dealing with people in person for pre-built boosted ships.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of boosting, I boosted my first space tanks the other day. Frickin' double the size. Double the volume, 25% less weight.
Yeah, that weight reduction is huge for space fuel. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, but the size is, I mean, I doubled the size of the tank, too. So it actually, you can put more fuel in it and it'll weigh actually heavier. But you also, you know, won't have to refuel as often.
I've only got level 3 on my tank volumes, so 60%. But I don't have any of the weight reduction. It'd be nice to, maybe I'll get you to do them for me sometime.
Yeah, I got about 10 days and I'll have 5.5 on atmospheric as well.
Oh, then we can bring all of our ships and you can do them all.
God. That little fair thing I did was great. You know, maybe the next fair that's coming up in January or whatnot, maybe I just go out there and meet people out there and boost or something. I don't know. Our little fair that we did, I was the one running around doing most of the work, and I'm not down for that.
To be fair, when you did that, I don't think a whole lot of people have characters that are specialized that far just yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whereas you have like specified characters for different skills.
Yeah.
I mean, I have level 5 engine boosts for Atmo and space, which is great, but like all of my other elements are at 4 now, which I'm super happy about. But it's going to take a while to get all those 5s.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're like 11 to 14 days, each one of them, something like that.
Yeah.
Nick T, we will not be getting that EVE Online pack in our store if it's the one that's just a special for 45 days. So I saw somebody earlier in chat saying that at one of the marketplaces that a ship was recovered by someone else after someone crashed. And so maybe Garrick, it has something to do with being on your own property when you crashed. I don't know.
Well, I didn't.
I mean, if you're around, I'll take a shuttle out and slam it at an open tile if you want to find out. I just want to know. Because, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to get caught off guard and not be prepared for that kind of thing.
I wonder, was your core wasn't accessible to me though, so I couldn't see it.
Well, you should have been able to go into build mode. Like, if the ship would have been accessible to you, like that's how it works now, or previously. Like, if a ship was smashed real bad, you could go build mode, rip the voxels off to get to the core and repair it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't get into build mode, so I think it's because it's on your property.
Could be.
Hilly Fall, I understand that deploying blueprints right now is not working. That's what I'm hearing.
Was the blueprint you're deploying made by you?
Oh, hey, maybe that's the saving grace. Nobody's going to be making your ships, and it'll be easy for them to remove those extra blueprints that were made. How many players on the server? I have no idea. There's more today than there were yesterday because of the patch, I would think, but... Is there a player cap? No, there's no limit. This is, they're run on like Amazon cloud servers and stuff, and so you get a lot. Oh, that one's up in the air. There's no way I'm getting it. So we, if they need more server capacity, they just turn it on.
The other question is if they're trying to deploy like a blueprint copy because the core blueprints can't be deployed.
Yeah, I tried
Those
it.
are just like a...
Oh, so that's what I made was a core.
No, go ahead.
Does that mean that I can't make a copy off of that? So maybe the error is that I was able to make a core, but I can't do anything with it?
You'd have to try.
I made a blueprint copy, paid the 5,000, and I can actually put it in and go build one.
All right.
But you can restrict how much that blueprint, how many copies it has, or how many runs it has.
Yeah, which is the functionality it's supposed to be able to have. But if it wasn't off of your ship originally, then you shouldn't be able to do it at all.
I don't have any or enough honeycomb on hand for any of mine right now, or I'd try it.
Rob, yes, you can design and build your own ships. This one's made by a player. I didn't design this. I bought it from another player, and it is completely player designed. Well, I gotta say, the game is running so much smoother, even with a ton of stuff around. I'm in a pretty populated area, and it's still feeling pretty good. I'm getting a bit of lag now. I'm heavy into a bunch of stuff here. AMD machine. Oh, you know what? I suppose I could. I won't fire it up today and try it, but let's try it on next DU show, which will be Friday. I'll fire it up. We'll take it out scanning like I had been used to doing, and we'll see what happens. See if it gets real janky again or not. It'd be pretty interesting if figured that out too. But I can tell you that, like, this is using. I mean, my CPU, it's at 87%, and my GPU is at 82%. So my CPU is 10900, which is the fastest one on the market right now. And then my GPU is a 2080 Super. So it's working hard to produce all of this.
I can place blueprints. I just put
All
one
right.
down.
Now we know. That thing looks like it must be underground. The water here is really deep. And it's still 540 meters underneath me. And it's just no quark speeder. All right, forget that.
I need to step away for a few. I'll check back later.
All right. Oh, we didn't really see a whole bunch of ships. Didn't really see anything too terribly interesting. There's a core down there. That looks like it's way underground. Oh, there's multiple cores here. Gosh, the way that's moving across there, it looks like it's way underground. These ones that are underground, it's like...
Hail to the Dragon King, baby.
Not even gonna worry about it. They're not worth the trouble. And it looks like the ship buy that I was doing today is off. I offered him to back out, given that the market was so nuts. It's a really expensive ship, too. So... Oh, hey. Here's the Astero, and there's a crashed ship right underneath it. Whoop. Damn, I'm coming down hard. Oh, that was really hard. Wow. I didn't bust nothing. Amazing.
That
Wow,
ship
the lag here was so bad.
that ship bounces a lot.
Alright. There's a core, and there's just a little piece of it here. People have torn it apart pretty much. Man, the lag of landing here. Holy cow. Bad. I mean, just even looking up here. Garrick was saying he wasn't really having any lag here at the market. Wow. Wonder which market he's at.
I'm at 7. I have none.
I'm at 6 and I have a lot. Let me turn off all of this other stuff and see if it... There's another Eve ship. It's a Venture. Yeah, even with this, got a bunch. You know, it looks like I was supposed to land that way. My ship's actually upside down, but it looks like it could be plausible that that's the way I intended to land. Yeah, I'm not using designs from other games. Like, I can appreciate this, but I wouldn't own one. Even though it's very good job they did on replicating an Astero.
I'd appreciate it a lot more if it wasn't permanently parked in the docking pad.
Oh yeah.
How long has it been sitting there?
Weeks?
You would think they would kick it back to their inventory.
I don't know if they do that with really big stuff, unless you report it or something.
It's actually an M core, so it's almost at scale. Not entirely, but Astero is about this size in real time, as much as it is real time, obviously.
You said you bought one of these, right?
No, not yet. I was gonna get the blueprint. Probably still will. Yes, I think it's kind of make it building a collection of ships, and it's gonna fit in nicely.
That's a Star Trek screen. Science station, engineering. I love it.
Wonder if it actually displays correct information though.
No, it's just a picture, I think. All right, so here's the gold sellers. Contents 0, but they want 259,000. Confirm. No. There's nothing in it. All right. So here's another one. Gold scrap, 300 liters for 150,000, and you get 0.10 pure hydrogen for 150,000.
See the big scam sign above it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They almost have that ramp completely clogged up. They really need to move that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them blocking the ramp.
I mean, like the gas station, I get. I mean, it looks cool and fair enough, but like those enormous container stacks, there's no reason for them to be there. You can just put them downstairs or even a bit away from the market, and then they'll still work fine. So why are they there?
Yeah.
You're over at 6, right?
Yeah.
One of the corners of that pad should have a gigantic container monstrosity that just blocks like a whole area. And it's not even on the pad, it's just so big that it sticks up.
I don't see it here.
Wonder if they finally got rid of it.
I just landed on this guy's ship. Wonder where we're going.
Think you're too heavy.
Oh. Oh, God, this really threw me. Damn. Look at me skipping across the ground here. Holy cow. I tried to stop. Oh, here it is. This thing? Is that what it is?
Oh, no, it was way, way bigger than that. We're talking like 100 plus containers. It was just like a whole core full of them.
Huh.
And it extended from the ground up beyond the pad, far enough that it blocked like ships from coming in from that side, you know, if they were coming in low.
Huh. Okay, market container. I don't have free space, so what do? Do I take a certain amount? Not enough free space, okay. Alright, I wanted to leave fuel in the market here, so I could easily come back and get more and not have to carry it around. But it's not very much fuel. Alright, let's find my ship and turn it upright. And I can only move it, what, a total of 128 meters now? I don't know how that's measured, actually.
125 meters with a 3-minute cooldown.
Well, I seem to be able to move it far enough. I don't know how far 128 meters really is, but whew, the lag. I crashed kind of hard here because the lag was so bad. I'm surprised I didn't damage anything. I wonder if they made things just a little bit more durable, given that now have to, you know, replace stuff. Wonder if they thought of that, you know, taking that into account at all.
I don't know. I totaled that speeder easily enough.
Yeah.
I may have been going 1,200 meters straight at the ground, though.
Yeah, maybe, huh?
I guess you'll be careful when you come into the atmosphere now.
Oh, that's right. I need to buy some
No coming
blueprint schematics.
Oh yeah. No coming into the atmosphere on a, you know, without paying attention now.
As if I meant to not pay attention before.
I was actually kind of thinking as a reminder to myself because I broke a K480 by burning up the core.
Hmm. Alright, so basic pure. Alright. Does it have any weight to them? No, it doesn't Doesn't seem that they do. So I got 2 of each for that. I don't have a whole ton of money to go and just take this out to, and sell a bunch on the market on Jago. And I actually don't know what else I need. Other than we need to make fuel, and let's see. It's not rare. Uncommon. See, people have got some for sale here already. They've raised the price. Mattis Moon 2. 100 and some odd thousand. I had to figure out, what all we need. Oh, look at that. The Magath resubbed. 4 months. Yeah, thank you for that. Sorry I didn't notice that. That was like 15 minutes ago. Here is 40 gold to everybody here in your honor. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. So I have other, okay, so I need basic fuel stuff. So X fuel, we're making it out of chromium. What is that, X3? Yes, so X3, and it can be made in, oh, we can't make it in a, oh yeah, we can make it in a chemical industry, all right, good. So need to get fuel production up and running again. And so X3, and then nitron. So those won't be too difficult to get up and running.
Welcome to the Dragons.
And then getting all the other stuff, it's like, Do I warp out someplace to get it, or I don't know. Let's see here. Shosendar, 500 bits. All right. About 500 gold to everybody here in your honor. Thank you, thank you. It's a great show. Yes, thank you very much. Put another $5 onto the show fund. And there we go. So, and Thakur, thank you for the sub on YouTube. So I should probably wait and see and make a list of things. I will, I'm gonna have to figure out, reverse engineer the warp core stuff. And that schematic is gonna be quite expensive. Warp cell stuff. Oh, what does a warp beacon cost? Look at that. It's only 11.8 billion. So the schematic for a warp core or warp beacon, 11.8 billion. Wow. So 5 million to get the warp cell thing. Yeah, that's just for the schematic. That is, yeah. Yes, and you need that for each machine you're going to build on, but the build time on those is like 21 days or something like that. It's really long. Yeah, you're probably only going to build one of those right now.
I know a guy that had, I think he said he has 3 of those that were running before the patch.
Yeah, well, they would be running after the patch too, so.
Exactly, so he's going to cash in.
Yeah, yeah, because he'll be able to sell those, well, gosh.
If anyone can afford them.
Yeah, nobody's going to be able to afford them at, I mean, I don't know what the parts cost on that, but maybe you sell them for...
It's pretty significant.
Yeah. Do I think they'll raffle Lottery Tech 2 schematics? No. That would give somebody a horrible advantage. They have to put that money up front. So you had 50 large containers building last night and they shut it down. Well, they didn't shut it down. They finished the last one that it was making before the patch and then it stopped. So, oh, bad Eve joke. I get it. So it is like I built as many large containers as I could as well beforehand, and so over 3 days I built 170, 180 containers. But then that was it. It stopped whenever the server went down for the patching. It just finished the last one and that was it. So the warp cell schematic thing here, I mean, I can't even buy one local. I'm gonna have to go someplace else to buy it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to make a shopping list. And I wish I had enough to like buy a bunch of stuff and bring it out to Jago, and maybe I have enough to where I could bring some stuff like for the just the basic pures. And sell them at like twice the amount. Guess it would be pretty easy money.
So I put all my industrialist. I put all the proficiency skills up to level 3 in his queue,
Mm-hmm.
and that's 7 days and
That's not
13
too bad.
hours.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna need some proficiencies up higher for like the warp core production and stuff too, aren't we? Higher than the tier 1.
This is up to tier 3, everything.
Yeah.
7 days, 13 hours to get everything on tier 3. All your industry elements. And that's not too bad, to be honest.
I forget what market we're closest to.
Well, the parts schematics ramp up pretty quickly.
Yeah, the part schematics, they got expensive. With the amount of screws and pipes I need to make.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking more about the next step up, like basic standard frame L is like, 1.2 million. Or maybe that was the robot arm, one of the two. The other one was 800,000.
Step away for just a moment. Be right back.
This guy's trying to take off, and one of his engines is blown up, so he's lopsided.
Hail to the Dragon King, baby.
So adding level 4 proficiency for industry to the queue adds 21 days. I mean, it's just they use the exact same calculation as Eve. So it's 80% of the skill in 20% of the time, and the last 20% of the skill, level 5, in 80% of the time. So it kind of makes sense. It's about 30 days for everything up to tier 4. Which is again not entirely unreasonable for a specialization, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, it seems it doesn't see my warp cells. They're in my pack. And I'm not connected to the container. Guess I'll have to get to space and then fix it. So I'm going to take some just basic refining stuff out to Jago. I'm going to put like 10 of each on the market. Kestrel PC, thank you for 3 months as a sub. There is 30 gold to everybody here in your honor. Thank you, thank you. What in the world is this thing all the way up here? Holy cow. Space elevator stuff? This is so high. I'm at 6,000 up here. Holy cow.
That shouldn't be possible.
Might have been there for a while because it used to be possible. But they put that, I think they put the restriction in, or was it just, I think that's just for soil, that you can't build up more than 100 meters.
Yeah,
Because
it's
you
only
can build
soil.
up cores, yeah, you can build up cores much higher.
I should ask Garrick why the fuel consumption on the K480 is so unbalanced.
It's
What
not,
do you mean?
unless you messed up your links.
I got it directly from you because I'm full thrust. One tank is at 90%, the other one's at 96.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry.
I usually don't care, but I noticed that on this one.
Yeah,
on
just
all of
double
them.
check the links. It should be pretty even.
Okay. If all else fails, I'll change it. So these military engines,
No.
it's okay, standard.
So I gave it some warp cells, and it doesn't recognize them. Maybe it will whenever I get to jump range.
Have you tried setting the destination again?
No. Because then I have to set the other destination again. I'll just try it when I get out far enough from the planet. See what happens. If it doesn't work, then I'll set it again.
It's interesting. I landed at market. Some other guy came in behind me, and his ship just went through mine, through the deck, and like right into the ground.
Wow. Well, you know, so if there's lag from shit not loading, you can go right through stuff. And I did that at my home base the first time I took the K1200 to my base at Jago. The deck didn't load, and I ended up inside the factory.
I think the game has like a radius, so to speak, that it keeps like definitively cached around you. So like when I come over, it's just a couple kilometers to like District 7. It's really smooth for me. But like I have noticed that, say I travel a couple SUs away and come back to my base, I won't see my buildings at first when I return.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I just want to turn off this space radar because then you get so nervous when you get close to things.
So head in the sand.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
I can't see it, it won't hurt me. Yeah. Yep. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist. What are those videos where people hold up the blanket in front of their dog and then they disappear behind while they drop the blanket down and the dog freaks out going, "Where the hell did my master go?" Maybe that's a little bit different, but you know. Can you sell the schematics? Yes, you can. So there's already people. Oh, it's gonna just say this forever because it doesn't get far. Oh man, all right, I have to set my destination again. So let's see here.
You can take them back out of the machines too.
Yeah. So that'll be good. Okay, so what also is gonna happen is that you can put up buy orders for these schematics and then let people fill them. So if you have a bunch of different stuff that you need and you don't want to go hopping around all the planets, just put buy orders up for all of them at like double what they are at the other planets, and maybe somebody else will tell you. Take a little bit, but you know. Uh-oh. Warp drive doesn't work. I had to manually click it. Alt-J didn't work.
Sequence initiated.
Warp drive, the Alt-J is not part of like the external stuff, it's part of the actual seats. And I was hitting Alt-J, didn't work, so I did tab and then use my mouse to click on the button. But I would think that, that it would work. I mean, I don't have, whoa, Jesus Christ. Completed. Do you see that stuff that I just barely missed? Holy cow. That was scary looking.
Oh yeah, that's what I was telling you last week about. I've nearly hit it every time I come in.
Lovely. All right. I don't know what my which market I'm going to. Okay, that one.
I think territory scanners are going to go up in price too.
Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I bet.
And before these changes, I actually was going to build a bunch.
I have about 8 of them. Oh. Well, might be a good time to put some stuff on the market. I don't know. I have a ship that I have not looked at in over a month now that's sitting out on Felly. That it's a K480, fully set up, ready to go. Has 2 scanners on it. It's just sitting out there. I don't have any characters out there at the moment or anything. Keep thinking I should go out there and get it.
Did you buy some bonus schematics to take back to Jago with you?
Yeah, I did.
Nice.
I'm going to put them on the
Probably work
market.
out.
Well, and I'm just going to put them at double the price. Or maybe I should do more than double since they're cheap. They're 75,000 each. Maybe I should put them up for 300,000 each. That's still, one hell of a savings for, having to fly all the way out there. And so
Help cover your warp costs.
yeah, that's what I figured, is that, I'd make it so that it paid for like 2 round trips or whatever. Oh yes, and TCU price going up, territory unit price going up. It's a good thing that I bought about 50 of them before this. I have like 35 of them sitting in my inventory on Sinan right now.
And this feels like it's going to take forever to swap all this stuff out. And my factory's not even very big. Not at all.
Yeah.
I had just doubled the size of mine.
Well, I think I'm gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but I may just tear apart that whole factory I just built and just ship everything over here again. I don't know. What was that just flashed by me? Even with all these changes and everything, I still really enjoy this game. And in fact, I look forward to the complexity and specializing. That's how you make money. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the way you make money is you specialize in something that's needed and wanted. And so, take one item that sells on the market that people need and specialize in that first, get it up and running, and then make it so it's worthwhile to take it to, Alioth and then to other main hubs, different planets, and put it up for sale to where you're making money, at least double your money on Alioth and triple or quadruple your money on other planets. And don't worry too much about your competition, because if it's an item that is needed and wanted but not the main thing, like trying to specialize in engines or something like that might be kind of crazy. But cornering the databank market, I mean, that is about the lowest end, lowest price thing that you get that people want on their ships after the fact, and they'd be darn cheap to make. So my choice was large containers, and so that's what I've been working on. And so I'm going to get my warp cell stuff up and running again, and then large container factory up and running. And every time I go out to these planets, to pick up another load of ore, I'm going to be taking with me a bunch of large containers and on the way out, and I'll at least double my money, if not more. And if I saturate the market with that, then I will do a second product as well. Like maybe warp cores. I keep thinking about that, or warp cells, I mean, because everybody needs warp cells. You want stuff that people consume. So that's the biggest deal. Something that people need. Like, I don't know, might be hard to specialize in glass windows, but people need chairs for flying their ships. They do need engines, they do need brakes, stuff like that. I think those markets, though, are a little bit more, people will look at that more and think that they're going to master that market, so you might have more. Yeah, warp cells is something everyone's going to do, but warp cells is also something that you need for yourself, for getting around. You can't be a space trucker and not have the ability to warp. If you do, then you're taking an extra risk. And you don't have to warp everywhere, but you have to have the ability to warp. At least that's the way I look at it. And if I run out of warp drives, well, I have 2 ships sitting out at Sanctuary that have warp drives in them, and I'm not using them right now. And maybe till the market settles down, I go out and pull them out of those ships. Dot Interplanetary, thank you for the 100 bits. Gold to everybody here in your honor. Another buck on the show fund. So thank you.
And look, you're coming in while it's sunny.
Oh yeah. Something must be broken. Oh, speaking of broken, there's a core down there. Looks like it's just called static construct, though. there's multiple cores there.
Suppose it's really just supply for a while that's going to drive prices at all, right? Because I mean, ore prices have already come back down a bit.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have a lot of experience in dealing with markets in games, but I can't exactly tell you what's going to happen right here, except that there's going to be a lot of fluctuation back and forth. And that overall the prices are going to be up, but I don't know how much.
That's why I'm wondering, like, within the next 2 hours here, I think I'll have my whole factory online, so I'd be able to make my ships. If the ore prices are similar, it's like, well, the only outliers for me are like the warp drive and maybe force fields or something, if no one's making it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to one of these other safe zone planets and I'm catching somebody from behind.
Oh, you're faster than them?
I think I am because I'm slowly catching the person.
Yeah. And are you in the safe zone still? Or are they slowing down to catch you?
I'm still in the safe zone.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah, I'm heading to Mattis.
That ship has sails on it. The hell? That is interesting. Hey, we're gonna come back and look at that. But first, I'm gonna run out to these cores out here. They're probably nothing, but one says static construct and the other one says something else, not static construct. Oh, and they're gonna be on the water up there. I won't be able to reach it. Alright, never mind. Look at this ugly ass ship out here. Damn thing looks like coal. What do you guys think? I think it's probably very inefficient in how it flies, but it is very creative.
I like seeing stuff like that. I think it's cool.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Let's see here. People got them for 300,000 out here. That's exactly what I just said the price should be.
That's what I had in my head, like before you said it too. Sounded like a good price.
Mm-hmm. It's the right price for the cost of it and how much it, you know, to go and get it and everything. So, yep. All right. So, let's see here. And I know that I probably don't need to put them up for 3 months. I know that they'll probably sell pretty quickly, but what I'm just doing is just making sure that they'll eventually sell. Look at it as a long-term investment. So there we go. So 11.96 million, and I paid 3 million for them. So, but then I spent, you know, 10 warp cells to get out here, 11 warp cells to get out here. So, please, please, please go PvP with L weapons. Yeah, well, I don't think people have that kind of stuff right now available to them. I think I sold some already. Problem is, down here I'm not going to be able to, may not be able to do anything with this. I gotta see whose property this is too. Alrighty then. That is quite the name. Wait a second, where'd that core go that was right here? Static construct anyway. So I'm not going to mess with that. Another one, I think it's underneath here. If I jump off of here, I'm not getting back on this platform. I'd have to have somebody fly me back out here. So, not jumping off the platform to look for that other one. Yeah, prices will eventually adjust. I wouldn't expect them to go any less than double out here though, given the cost. Yeah, so already sold one. No, I sold the schematic for just under 300,000. Not very much. I only paid 75,000 for it, but you have to make it worth your time at that low of a level. So if it was like, say, I paid 75 million for it, then I'd take it out here and I'd sell it for like 99 million. You wouldn't necessarily double that or anything like that because still got to make it, worth the appropriate value. It's about how much will it cost a person to go do it themselves and how much effort do they have to put into it. So it's a time is money transaction. Yeah, this change is huge, that's for sure. I need to see, how's my fuel? I'm almost out of Atmo fuel. Alright. And my fuel gauge has quit working on DU HUD. And any of you are running any extra stuff, the seats, don't mess with them right now because it seems that mess with them and they stop working. I'm assuming that we're going to have another patch tonight or early in the morning, something like that. Live on the other side of the mountain, and then we have the landing pad up there, which I still have yet to finish building it. Really should finish that. This is almost all our people out here. Actually, I'm on this side mountain, okay? Am I? No, I am on the other side of the mountain. All right. We're gonna have to see how the AGG stuff pans out. These changes. Everything too. I don't know how it's working right now. That little blue thing is my AGG ship down there. Yeah.
Still got Large Marge at Garrick's place, the ship.
Yeah, I'll be getting it here soon. Just I gotta meet up with Omeka because I'll have what they call a sky house out there. All right, made it home. Whoa. The factory's gone. Wow. All right. It's not just a loading error, right? No, she took down the whole factory. Well, at least I have some warp cells. Holy cow. Okay, well, we can get our fuel factory up and running at least. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get other schematics. So I gotta figure out what all I need. I need to make a shopping list. So, because I only have so much money, and, you know, so it's gonna be, yeah, what's new talent for industry? I mean, it's refinery, proficiency, assembly, industry. It's these three. The proficiencies. So 6 days, 8 hours. I'll have 100% fuel tank boosts. Woo! All right. So that's probably what I'm going to work on tonight, is building a list of what all stuff I need, because and it's not just the schematics that I need. We also are going to need some of the new equipment, and so it's, you know, we have all tier 1 stuff now, and we're going to need some tier 2 and tier 3 stuff for making the warp cells, and so that's going to be interesting. And then probably while I'm out here, I'm probably going to disconnect all the containers. Oh, there's my wife. Probably going to disconnect all the containers out here, and then I'm going to put, I don't know, I'm going to fly in a whole bunch more containers, and we'll just probably fill this whole wall with them. Something like that. So, all right, folks, let's call it good. Let's do the final giveaway announcement. So, exclamation point giveaway, and you can get in on that. And we'll draw on that, then we'll be done for the day. Tomorrow
Welcome to the Dragons.
So whatever happens tomorrow here in the game, you know, it'll give them a chance to smooth some things out and stuff, and then we'll be back in Dual Universe on Friday and Saturday. So, and then it looks like next week did I just crash on?
Welcome to the
And
Dragons.
now it's back. Okay. So, it looks like next week that the 15th, is that the date? Yep. It's when they're demoing my kitchen and my dining room and part of the garage. Alright, so it's interesting. It looks like it's going to be only Dual Universe next week. Might have to switch that around just a little bit. So, yeah, demo day on the 15th. Normally Eve. And then on the 17th, I have to go to the dentist. I'm not going to feel like talking that day. And so, all right. God, it's only going to be 3 shows next week. Holy cow. Maybe I'll fire up a show on Monday or something. I don't know. We'll see. So, all right, let me get this giveaway ready. This is for a 1-month sub to the game, to Dual Universe here. You can use it to create a new account or to extend your current one. And I will reply to the one of the mails, or the mail that you got for the entry confirming it. And if you put in your game name, Twitch name, YouTube name, whatever name, I will read off your name, and then if you didn't, I will read off your real first name and just last initial, and then whatever message you put in. But that way I'll keep you anonymous still, and you'll know who you are if you hear your name. Alright. So everybody should be in by now. Congratulations to Mersey. Mersey, you are the winner. It says thanks for streaming and boosting. You are welcome. Alright. So there you go. And, oh, Wheezy, that's you? Alright, very good. So there you go, it's in your email. All right. So, all right, that's it for today. I will see you all tomorrow. We're going to do some Eve, and then Friday, Saturday, we're going to do more Dual Universe. And so, y'all have a great day. Pleasure hanging out with y'all today. And we'll see you all tomorrow.